Salute again, everybody. Welcome to Switching Lanes with Miss Parker. Miss Parker, please hit that like button for me, share the live, and don't forget to turn on your notification bells so that you won't miss a live, okay? I appreciate each and every one of y'all for pulling up with me for the Kimani Latique demonstration. Thank you guys so much for showing that baby mad love. Here we are again with this one. But this time I want to go down to, all right, let me get it. Let me pull it up. So everybody's been trying to figure out a timeline, and we're going to get to that. I want to touch on two things tonight, and then I'm not staying long. Hey, Kiko. Hey, salute. Hey, Nisha, my sis, Marada. Thank you. Hey, Black sister, Marada. Alicia, she said, y'all, I'm tired. She's been running the streets. I seen you earlier say you was going to sit in the bushes. Kimberly, my sister, Marada, I see through you. Desperate Sacrifices. Top Flight, my sisters. Paula, Betty, thank you for coming through. Nisha, my sister. Let me get through this. Cindy, hey, love. Brand, Vibrant, my loves, my riders. Kenya, my sister, my rider. So I keep saying, damn, these timelines, somebody's lying. Shit just ain't adding up. But shit should add up, right? Because y'all said this time. She said this time. She said dark. She said light. But it can only be one. So somebody's covering for somebody. We just don't know who. Hey, Allison. Hey, love. Hey, little mama. You got info the other channels don't have. Raw. Hey, Raw. So I want to tonight. I want to kind of hear the King. I want to start with King. So baby mother's sister. I want to start there. Thank you, Zen. Salute, Almighty Streams, Wilma. Thank you guys for joining. I want to go there, and I want to stop it because I want to hear exactly the time because I could have sworn I heard her say 5:30, but I'm like, but damn, that means they will have to come back. It will take 40 minutes, so that will push them to at least almost 6:30. But Jarvis's sister said she was there from 6 to 6:30, right? Well, she was there from 4 to like 6 to 6:30. So I want y'all to nothing adds up when they all hiding in the bushes. Never. Thank you, Black. I appreciate you. That's what we do. We appreciate you. But let's get into this. Let's hear this, and then I want to stop it, and I want y'all to take notes because remember we got June coming up soon. It's gonna be the second conference. Will something happen between June? Because we do got 40 new witnesses. 40 new witnesses. 40 new. If I get 2 new pair of shoes, that ain't including the shoes I got. Again, that means I got 2 new pairs of shoes. It's 40 new witnesses. He's got more assault charges. So it's like something ain't right. Somebody, and these stories are too inconsistent. You got everybody on the panel and nobody's shit is right. So yeah. Hey, goddess. Let's get into it. Yeah, well, that's what she said. That I'm gonna play that clip too. I want to play that clip so everybody can hear it. We can all hear it, and it won't be Me too, Betty. I do believe Jarvis is gonna tell. I definitely believe Jarvis is under a lot of pressure, and the fact that he can't be out in the streets being a monster. Jarvis is definitely feeling that heat in there. He's definitely come on. We talking about his fetish is kids. There's no kids. There's no kids. Just him and 4 walls. Y'all think that ain't pressure? Well, I can't say that because he did do 10 years and Just got out doing the same thing, didn't he? With his old little nasty self. King said they got back at the shop 8:45 G's. A lot happened, okay? But look at that thumbnail. Look at the thumbnail, little mama. Go back outside and look at the thumbnail. Look at the picture that's on the live. Some shit ain't adding up. Y'all was moving around real quick. Like y'all was driving y'all car with Flintstone feet. Not a, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no stoplights. Ain't no stop signs. There's no traffic. It's just never no traffic. You know what I'm saying? She said, King said I got back at the shop 8:45 G. So a lot happened between arriving, drivers being at, come on. Because when y'all say 9:30, you got to look like, damn, so she got to live super close. She has to live super close to that shop. Because don't forget, he went in between that time and got her car. He switched. So how did he go? You got to get out the car, go in there, get her keys, get back in the car, and go where you need to go. How far was Parkcrest from her? So I need a distance between the shop, Lucretia's house, and Parkcrest Hotel. Period. Yeah, with my Flintstone feet. Hey Sharon, hey Yolanda's, how my sisters. Period. Hey Kenyatta. So I'm like, either the police is off, something's not right. Just ain't no way. I can't even move that fast. You get what I'm saying? I can't move that fast. Walgreens in like the shopping outlets on feet, 10 minutes. 11 tops. In a car, 5 minutes. But with traffic, it puts on, and I get traffic going to the outlet right here beside my house. I still get traffic. Yeah, come on, goddess. Let's listen. Let's listen to her first. This is King's sister's testimony. I want to hear her preliminary. Hey, Detroit's finest. Yeah. But when we look at what they look at the look, let me see. Let me do this. As I looked at the timeline that they provided, right? Let me go to my thumbnail. I just want to know how he moved that fast. It said Jarvis Butts, cell phone pings and site location. 8:28, cell site location information places Jarvis back at his shop at 9,000 Connors. 8:28, y'all. 8:28. Who said something about what time King said? Because I got to go see what King said. Okay, so little mama, look, they said he got back 8:28. 8:45, cell location information showed Jarvis traveled from his shop to the home he shared with baby mother Angel. Oh, I didn't know that. With baby mother Angel on Wilshire. As 8:48, he was back at the location until 8:59. Ooh, I didn't see that. After leaving the location is when I assume he went to pick up the car from baby mother Lucretia, who lived at she lived on Belford. Damn, so she lived that close, y'all. Wait a minute, y'all. Hold up. So they say Lucretia live on Belford in Otter Drive. So 8:59 until 8:59. So he leaves. And then it says 9:30, Jarvis checks in Parkcrest Hotel, 2000 Harper and Harperwood. Okay, this is not the hotel across from the shop. Okay. Wait a minute. So Lucretia lived on Belford? How do Lucretia live on Belford, though? Think about it. Who else lived on Belford? Wasn't that Shannon and Annette? Now, I know streets run into other streets, and you can live on this part of Belford, and you can live on this part of Belford, but everybody's in proximity. That's strange, because I never knew that. I never knew that, but that's interesting. It's interesting because remember she said she found Nazia's glasses and stuff in her back seat. Her little boy was playing with them. But all at the same time, when you pay attention to this right here, hold on.
Your name for the record, ma'am.
Valerie, excuse me, Valerie Louise Smith.
And Mrs. Smith, I want to.
Remember that was like, remember they was talking to her about touching the ID. Remember Jarvis always walking up to where he parked. Because she lived on Belford and Otter. See, this, it gets interesting. When people get them addresses, it makes shit more interesting. That's why he never parks in front of that. Absolutely, Zen. Absolutely. Because they live so close. Seem like his women saying the same. Yeah, Wilma. Well, let's get to this preliminary, and then I'm gonna stop it, and we could chop it up because I want to get to the times that's right there, and her shit got to match. Her shit just got to match because right now I said, damn, is she protecting King? I think so.
Could you say your name for the record?
Talation Moore.
And, excuse me, Ms. Moore, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. So first I want to ask you, do you know someone by the name of Cordell Wright?
I do.
And how do you know Mr. Wright?
He is the father of my nephew, my 17-year-old nephew.
So, your sister's son?
Yes.
Gotcha. And is that how you met Mr. Wright?
Yeah.
Your sister?
Yes.
Okay. And in what context is your relationship with Mr. Wright? How did you know him? Did he ever do anything for you? Things like that.
He fixed my mother's car. He worked on her car.
Okay. What kind of car does your mother drive?
A red Jaguar.
And what's your mom's name?
Jacqueline Campbell.
Here's how to never have to work.
Okay. What kind of car does your mother drive?
A red Jaguar.
And what's your mom's name?
Jacqueline Campbell.
And current or
And something strange too. This is just coincidental, and y'all know these are my thoughts, but it's kind of strange that she said that they had the car for 4 days. Did anybody pick it up? And salute to MTGB TV for picking that up. They had the car for 4 days before the 9th. And I was like, damn, what? I'm like, MTGB, why did they decide to fix it on the 9th? But, you know.
Back to January of 2024, where were you living at the time? Not your specific address, just the city.
Ypsilanti.
And who else lived with you in Ypsilanti?
My mom and my son.
Okay. And would Mr. Wright ever come out to Ypsilanti to fix your mom's car, her Jaguar?
Yes.
How often did he do that?
Like a couple times. At least 2 times.
And was that around January of 2024?
That was the last time.
In January of 2024?
Yes.
And when he would go out there, would he bring anyone with him?
This last time, he did.
What about
For the last 2 times. So before January 9th, him and someone else came, and then on January 9th, they both came.
Okay. And the person that he brought with him, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Well, I can only see the top of his head right now.
Are you 100% sure that it's that person? Could we have everyone remove their masks, Judge, just for a brief moment?
If everyone in the courtroom could remove their mask if they have one on, please.
Ms. Moore, do you see the person that Mr. Wright brought with him?
I do.
And could you point to him and identify a piece of clothing he's wearing?
A green one-piece thing.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflective.
Thank you. And you said Mr. Butts came out how many times with Cordell?
At least two. So this last time in January and the time before that.
Okay, the time before that, who was anyone else with the two of them?
No.
And what were they doing the time before January 9th?
Working on the car. I can't remember. It was a couple of things they had to fix on it, and they came out and did it in the driveway. And
Sorry.
I was just gonna say the last time when we got the car towed to the shop and they drove it back up.
Okay. And so in between the most recent time before January 9th, the Jaguar, correct me if I'm wrong, was towed to Detroit?
Correct.
Okay. And then on January 9th, did you see that red Jaguar again?
Yeah.
Okay. Who brought that Jaguar out to Ypsilanti?
Cordell and Jarvis.
Okay. And was anyone else with Cordell and Jarvis?
Yes.
Who is that person?
Nazaya.
And I want to clarify, at the time on the 9th, when Cordell, Jarvis, and Nazaya came, did you know that that was Nazaya Harris?
No.
Do you know that now?
I do know now.
Okay. Is that based on information you've learned or seen in the news and things like that?
Well, it was based on when the detectives came to the house to question us. That's when I found out who she was.
But at the time on the 9th, you didn't know? Is that a no?
No, yes or no, I did not know.
90 said, look, the 90s stop catching shit. She did say that. She said someone else, but then said it was Jarvis, shaking my head. She definitely did. That's why I say listen to dialogue. Sometimes you got to go back through these things, like I said before, hundreds of times. So, dang, shameful, put me down, Miss Parker, you pretty mother. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you. Hey, Nikki. I love you too, Pooh. I love you. I don't care what nobody feels. But it's a lot more people. Brian, you don't think so? Yeah, it's a whole chessboard. It's a whole chessboard. It's definitely players into this, definitely. Because now we got the timeline saying Angel's house. What would you? Because you had Nazaya with you, so that means did Angel see Nazaya? Why y'all? He done went to all these houses in this little bit of time, y'all. Look at the timeline. Look at the thumbnail. How do he go to Ypsilanti? She sees him. Comes back. They post account money real quick. Now, this timeline still kind of puts you like, King. Because it do put his Jarvis' phone back at 8:25. Let me write that down. 8:25 at the shop. Because you still got to think, King, how the hell you get in account money that damn quick and then, you know what I'm saying, make it home? Like, you know what I'm saying? I need locations. I just need locations so I can do a timeline to say, okay, he made it home in time. I still don't know how to be a member. I pressed it out, so I'm only 2 super chat. Oh, you got to copy and paste. You got to go outside and copy and paste my link. And on a computer, I think. Okay, if you use an iPhone. Anybody with an iPhone purchase a super sticker, a membership, because I forgot how you got to do it. I just need to know, did he pay him with ATM? Yeah, right there. Stay right there, too. You know what I'm saying? About the ATM and Cash App. Like, it just didn't make sense. None of this shit made sense. More people are involved very much. So, hey, Nola, sister, my rider. Yes, a lot. She had for real just said anything. She don't even let the man finish his question. She need to bounce to. Cause see, this shit can't go down. Y'all gotta remember, this shit ain't gonna be able to go down at the trial. It ain't gonna just be saying it what you want and that's getting down to the meat and potatoes. That's the preliminary. They let y'all slide with a lot of shit. We've seen that. You can't do that. Everything you saying got mapped up. Because see, when you went in the courtroom, she's saying daylight. She said they came about 5:30. Ain't no way. Because Jarvis' sister said she didn't leave till about 6 or 6:30. So And I'm gonna play her live one more time because I want y'all to hear her inconsistencies. Because tonight it's about finding that timeline. For y'all to build your own timeline and do whatever you want with it. Which one of these demons head we on right now? The monsters. Monster King, Monster Butts, and the sisters. We got Jarvis' sister, then we got the sister-in-law, the baby mama sister. It's too much going on. They got too much going on. Almighty, Donnie, hey Chin, Colton. Who does King live with? Cause she had left with King. I'm just thinking this. Hey Morgan, hey Sister Marada, Beverly Phillips. Welcome, y'all. Welcome. That was good, King. I had to go on Safari, pull YouTube up to join. Okay, so Detroit, she said she had to go on Safari and pull YouTube up and join that way. Like, why that grandma wasn't a witness? Y'all stay right there with two. We got a couple of good points, but that's the point. That's the $1 million question. He said he talked to the grandma. He never ever mentioned the sister-in-law. Not one time. Not even when he went in the house. I don't remember him saying the sister-in-law, anything. So I was like, some of my subs said, I was like, I'm confused how this shit's working. How many of us said, be honest, y'all, how many of us said it was a different day? How many of us said, I definitely said in the 90s, I said it was a different day. I said, I think some people just got their days mixed up. You know what I'm saying? I just do. But did she? Because 90 Baby, we can't forget, they had a phone call. They took the call back on the 9th. It's in the phone records, correct? Or is it? How far does King live from? Exactly, Paula. How far does King live from the shop? Because we can't miss 825. She said it was still daylight. Ain't no way. Not in no wintertime. Ain't no way. Hey, PJ, my love. D-Watch. Hey, welcome, love. Hey, Stanford Mom. Think about it, y'all. Sound like they're monsters. Low self-esteem. Very low self-esteem. Like 95% of the all these chats that people say, do y'all look at them? Have y'all seen his baby mothers and how they look alike? And if they all look alike, it means that some shit that we be saying about all of them. One, how Chewbacca, all kind of other shit. So that stands for all of them because people say they look alike and they do. The grandmother didn't do not call the police the night before. The daughter will have went to jail, not him. Hey, Latif, what's going on? And ladies, let's act ladylike just because Latif's in the chat, okay? We got company. These people seem so unsure of everything. That too. They seem unsure if they don't know shit. Like everybody's times is off. And to me, I'm like 90s. I think some shit happened a whole nother day. I really do. I'm thinking like the 10th, you know what I'm saying? The 9th, okay, she didn't go to school, but they marked on the 10th. No, they marked she was missing on the 9th. The 10th. How did they mark at school? They said they do that, you know what I'm saying? Then the investigation started not too far after she was missing, right down or something. I'm trying to think when Kenya, y'all go back, when Jarvis' sister said she FaceTimed him earlier. So why the fuck did you go to your GPS and look? You had to go look for the timing when in Messenger, it's right there. Times, dates. But people's like, well, maybe she'll erase it. Okay. But it's right there. I don't see why she would erase her brother, calling her brother about the car. It's everybody knows messenger time and date. Jarvis left the shop. But Wayman King Kenyatta, she said she didn't leave till about 6:30. She said 6:30. So how we, hey Natalie, think about it. Okay, I'm trying to figure that. Whole family should be running to the shop, I think. Clean up eyes, just cover up for the lack of concern. Clean up what? So far, I only heard 3 cars they worked on that day. The one they took to the people, the one they was working for on the sister pulled up, and supposedly the sister car, so it wasn't a lot of money. Child. Wilma, you home now? Okay. Be careful. Oh, you home now? Okay. Okay. King ankle monitor gonna expose it. Wish we knew what that entails. But hey, Jennifer, don't forget, y'all. Don't forget when I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it because when the defendant, when Jarvis's lawyers asked King, they said, "Did the police act? Didn't the police say they knew you was staying out? You didn't go home on time, but they never set a date." What up, Snoop? What up, Jug nephew? They never set a time. They never. I said, so was they? Because why else would they threaten him about? We can call your PO and get it fixed. So why the PO ain't picked him up? Then we know they're flawed as fuck. But why didn't the PO pick him up? That was my first. But then I was like, is they talking about the 9th? Because why else wouldn't they be talking about the 9th? Because that's what they're seeing him about. Question in hand. You know, they're there to see him about Naziah being missing. So when they said, we heard you, when the defendant brought up what the police said to him, I said, are they talking about that 9 question? Because that's what they're there for. What Grace see, Londa? You know, I want to know who he is. She looks scared, even answering the questions or more hesitant. Oh, yeah. I done had a long night, y'all. We was partying over last night. I'm tired. Mind you, him and King saw Naziah walking when they saw Victor up. That had to be after she got out of school. And y'all got to think, Naziah get out of school about 3 something. She walking though. So y'all got to count that time. Y'all got to allude to the time they picked her up. And more, hey, boo, exhausted. They're like, today was great. Okay, you keep me updated, 504 girl, okay? I want to know. I want to know how it went. And you enjoy, okay? Nikki said big facts. He said LOL. Latif, don't throw off my commentary, okay? She said, you right, anxious. Her body language screamed. She wanted to say more, but was how some. Not how some. Alicia. And Annette didn't go up to the school till 12:30 at the same time that Jarvis. I ain't never think about that. I ain't never, Alicia, I didn't think about that when I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. Thank you, D-Watch. Thank you, Detroit, for becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Thank you. A year later. And people got to stop. Well, they're not going to remember everything from a year later. Yeah, but it's ways we can do it because I ain't getting implicated in the damn thing. I'm sorry. I'm going to the phone company. I'm gonna get my, you know, phone companies can pull up all your stuff. You know what I'm saying? I need a call log from a year ago because they might have to go to the department. Might say you might have to take some days, but I need my call log from whoop de whoop and all of that. I am. Because my ducks gonna be in row. I ain't got nothing to do with this. I'm just here to tell my part. Like, yeah, I was at the shop. Yeah, about this time. We know the difference from dark to daylight. And that ain't got to be a year ago. We know the difference from dark. And we know in the wintertime, it gets dark. It gets dark early. Just gets dark early. Why didn't they call the shop on the night, being that Naziah normally goes to clean up? Because she knew. Why y'all think Shannon said that's the first call she made? She said she called Jarvis and said, Sooter's missing. And he didn't respond. Instantly, red flags will go up. So why didn't Annette go to that shop? Because she said, don't forget, she said he used to go to the school and pick him up and take him to the shop. And said Annette would pick him up from the shop. Annette or Shannon would. Maybe she was still being conflicted because it's still her brother type shit. That's what I say, Nikki. I said, could it be? But then I said, damn, I thought about it like, yeah, I could see it like that. Because first I was like, well, damn, did she not want her nephew to be fatherless and shit? But then I was like, nah, because he had a hell of a record. So that's not it. You know, he stays in and out of jail, beating ass. So I just can't see her saving the nephew from that. But it's something going on. They could have marked her there if she wasn't. That's what I said, but everybody say they do it at the school. So 90s, I don't know. That was my theory too. Yeah. That's what I said. She said, I can't wait till some when it unfolds, it's gonna throw everybody off. But let's listen to this.
On the knife, you didn't know? Is that a no?
No, yes or no, I did not know.
Now, let's talk about when they came out on the 9th, January 2024. What was that interaction? How long did it last? Can you kind of take me through start to finish their visit and delivering the car?
So they came, they delivered the car.
But wait, King. Wait. Why didn't King, y'all notice that King never said that Jarvis's sister was there? Because anybody that was in my sight, I'm gonna be innocent. I'm like, well, Jarvis' sister was there. They never even asked. And she said, she even asked King for the key. But remember how they be using this shit like, yeah, his partner. And I just felt like the prosecutors should have said, well, what's his partner's name? So we'll know. I know the trial is different from the preliminary, but just go and put emphasis on it. So we'll be on the same page.
So they came, they delivered the car. They were talking to my mom about what was wrong, gave her the invoice. It was just like a regular day when they came in, they sat on the couch for a few minutes. Naziah was sitting in the chair by the TV. You know, we spoke, very brief. Asked her if she wanted something to drink. She didn't. My 6-year-old son ran up to her, the dog. You know, it was just very mellow. They sat there, we talked about the car and stuff. We talked about my nephew. Cordell was trying to wait till my nephew got out of school, but because he was on tether, they had to leave, so they didn't get to stay long enough for my nephew to come.
And your nephew would be Cordell's son.
Cordell's son, correct.
Did you talk to Mr. Butts about Naziah? Did he introduce her or anything like that?
We just asked, hey, everybody spoke. He said this is his niece, and that was pretty much the basis of it. I cannot remember if he said her name or not, but he did introduce her as his niece.
And so, just to be clear.
No, they called one of them the Trafficking Hotel. He stayed going to, and y'all got to think about it. Look, you buy the shop, right? Why he didn't stay at the Trafficking Inn? Or was his room, the room he had, was it at the Trafficking Inn or the Park Crest? Which one? Room 69. Room 69, was that at the Trafficking Travel Inn or was it at the Park Crest? Which hotel did he live in, allegedly?
And so, just to be clear, not sure about the name, but he said this is his niece about Naziah.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And then after that conversation, well, let me ask you, during that time when they were there, did you notice anything that was unsettling or concerning about Naziah?
No.
It was just a normal interaction.
Yes.
After that interaction was over, did the three of them, Cordell, Jarvis, and Naziah, leave your house?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as you know, they were headed back to Detroit, correct?
Correct.
When they left, whose car were they leaving in?
Cordell's truck.
And all three of them were in the same car?
Yes.
And you said that they were delivering the Jaguar to your mom or to your house, right?
Yes.
Did you see them pull up? Do you know what the driving and seating arrangements was?
I do not.
I have nothing further question.
Thanks, Russ.
How do you know when it's time to end?
That was impossible. Child.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
So, you're technically not related to Cordell, right?
Correct.
Well, Lateef, he had been frequenting the hotels back and forth from the Travel Inn and Park Crest for quite some time. And I loved how somebody just said, ain't it funny how the hotel camera stopped working? Ain't it funny on that night, the hotel camera stopped working? But Jarvis, you know what I'm saying? Come on, after staying at a hotel for so long, I gotta think he's well acquainted. He's well acquainted at the trafficking ends. Mm-hmm. Yeah, my Cash App is the same as my IG running across the screen, goddess. Hey, D Cross. Truth be told, Shannon sat on that stand and read her own messages she sent to Jarvis, letting him know she knows about him and Isaiah. So, did she ever tell Annette? And why didn't she check the shop? Exactly.
Yes, the uncle. I'm sorry, he is the father of your nephew. Okay. How would you say your relationship is with Mr. Wright?
It's cool. Like, no issues.
You got along with him well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
And you know Cordell worked as a mechanic?
Correct.
Okay. And how long has he worked on your vehicles? Was this something new, or had he worked on your vehicles previously?
I think he might have changed the oil on one of my cars a couple years back, but not that frequently.
Okay.
He never said, well, Yolanda.
And you knew he had did you know he had a shop that he worked out of?
Yes.
Okay. Had you been to the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that there was a time prior to January 9th that he came up and worked on the car, correct?
Correct.
And you said that my client was with him at that time.
Correct.
Do you recall when that was?
It had to be in the summer. I cannot recall the exact date.
But it was summer of 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna get it. She did.
And that was the first time you had seen Jarvis Buzz?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him that day?
Yes. We talked about me being a member of Zeta and that he had a cousin or somebody that was a Zeta. We all went to O'Reilly's to get some parts or something for the car.
Okay.
Stopped and got something to eat, came back, but it was very mellow, like.
So that summer of 2023, you had a fairly decent conversation with them, correct?
Correct.
And it lasted for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
So on January 9th, when you saw him, you knew who he was.
Correct.
You had recognized him because you had spent time with him, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Lateef, are you still in the chat? Let me know if you're still in the chat. I want you to come up and tell me something.
So you had the car, and you knew that he was partnered with Cordell at the shop, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So on January 9th, Parkin, when did you have the car towed down to his shop?
I think we had it told maybe like the 4th or the 5th.
Y'all heard that? They had the car from the 4th. She said, we think we had it towed January 4th or 5th. So Jarvis and King Been having this car since the 4th of the 5th, correct? Who to say he stayed at there all night? Didn't he? But see, don't forget, Lady V, the baby mama. I could play her. She said her and Jarvis swapped cars because he can't drive both. So we got to think the walking distance from the shop. We got to think walking distance to get that car. We still got to think walking distance. You can't.
Was there from the 4th, okay? And it was the 9th that they brought it back?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time the car was brought back?
It had to be before 3:30 p.m.
It was 3.
No. It had to be before 5:30 because my sister got off work at 5:30. So mid-afternoon.
Okay. But you're not sure the exact time?
I'm not sure the exact time.
Was it light or dark outside?
It was still light out.
Okay. And they came up, they pulled the Jaguar in first, the driveway.
Correct.
Right. And then Cordell's car was behind us.
I believe so.
Okay. When they pulled up, did you see them exit the vehicles?
No,
Okay. So you don't know who was driving the
I
house?
don't.
Okay. So at that point, they came into the house, correct?
Correct.
And did they all walk in together? Or
Yes.
Okay, so Cordell came in, followed by Jarvis, correct?
I can't tell you the exact. I don't know if Naziah walked in first or Jarvis walked in first.
Okay. And this young lady, and to be fair, you didn't know who she was.
Not at all.
Do you recall what she was wearing when she came?
I think she had on a jacket. But I can't really.
Don't recall?
No.
Okay. Do you recall what any of them had on that day?
Not really.
Okay. So, do you recall, without going into your house, was it dark, light in your house? Were the lights on?
The lights were on.
Okay. And you have a fairly large living room?
Yeah.
Okay. So, when they came in, you said that Desire sat next to the television.
So yeah, like if when you're coming in, there's like a red cabinet type thing. The TV sits on top of it, and then there's a chair, right? Like a chair.
Lateef, come up. Let me see. Because I got a question. Just kind of legal aspect out question.
Sitting right next to it, and that's where she was sitting.
Exactly. My question.
And
Who is it?
when she came in, did she introduce herself?
She did not.
Okay. So she came in, sat down, right?
We offered her to see, like, came in, Cordell said hello. He was doing most of the talking. Jarvis said hello. Said, this is my niece. Then we was like, y'all have a seat.
Okay.
Cordell sat on the couch. There's a couch this way, and then a long couch this way.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was just gonna say, I believe that they were both on this couch. Naziah was in the chair, and me and my mom were on the longer couch.
So your mom was there?
Yeah.
Right. All right. And you all were conversing, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that you weren't conversing with Naziah, correct?
No.
You were conversing with Jarvis. I'm sorry, you were conversing with Cordell.
Cordell and Jarvis about the car and the invoice that they brought.
All right. And you said
Absolutely.
at some point your son came up and was talking with Naziah?
Correct.
Okay. And how long did this conversation last?
Like all of our conversation?
Right. How long were they there?
Probably between like 30, 45 minutes,
Okay.
maybe an hour.
And while they were there, you didn't notice anything, and I think you already mentioned this, you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
Did you see Jarvis Butts conversing with Isaiah Harris?
No,
So they didn't have any conversation?
no,
Okay. And you didn't notice anything awkward or out of the ordinary?
I said that too, but they could try to come back. They came back and debunked me and was like, "No, Miss Parker, because they do have trucks, 3,000 trucks." So I left it alone. Everything I say, they shut it down. So 90s, I thought the same stuff. Hey, Latif,
Hey, how you doing, mamas?
question. So I've been talking about the Naziah Harris case, right?
Yes.
So these preliminaries, I never seen, and I get it was a year ago, but I never seen where everybody's story is different. Is it perjury? Do you get charged for perjury at a preliminary, or it doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. You can get charged with perjury at any time.
Okay. And with these stories being so inconsistent, like, so right now I'm talking about, this is Jarvis Butts is the one that allegedly essayed 13-year-old Naziah, got her pregnant. She was last seen with Jarvis at the shop. So the sister, Jarvis's sister, said she was at the shop too that day. But this is the thing about her. She said she didn't see her, right? I don't see you, Latif. But somebody said, it was Latif, right? And I go, oh, okay. And they say, you seen Latif. Yeah, you seen Latif at the shop. How can I say I didn't see you, but somebody tell me that's you in that shoe? I didn't see you though. Right? Then she said she was there from 6 to 6:30. So then they was taking the car, so they was fixing a Jaguar. They had to take the Jaguar 45 minutes away. As they took the Jaguar 45 minutes away, because the sister's there from 6 to 6:30. Come on, we're talking about January. It gets dark around the time. They asked her, was it getting dark outside? She said yes. But the sister, so they take the car after the sister leave at between 6 and 6:30. They take it to a whole nother county that's 40 minutes away. Lo and behold, this is her talking right now. This is one of the dude's baby mama's sister. So they asked her, was it daylight outside? She said yes. Not only did she say yes, she said they asked her what time did they get up her. She said about 5:30, because she said she remembered because either her sister gets off work or something. So how is all these stories inconsistent by long shots?
It could be just a small difference. It could be just a small in the difference of a memory lapse. What I would like to say is where sometimes time will overlap another time. And according to basic or to how they are remembering the situation in that time frame. But if you're looking at that as it's a 2-hour window difference, that's a discrepancy. So everything does have a time stamp. When they originally told their stories or gave their testimony or their statement, that was recorded. So how old are these testimonies or these statements by these witnesses or so-called witnesses?
They just did this preliminary like a couple of months ago.
What was the original ones?
This is the first. They haven't got a trial yet. This was just to see if they can get Jarvis for murder. But this is the thing, they don't have a body. And they only charged him with premeditated, but allegedly she's pregnant. And it very much shows that she's pregnant.
Wait, they charge him with premeditated murder?
Without a body.
Okay. So in this situation, they have enough evidence to show that he planned this, that this murder was planned.
In a sense.
So premeditated is you planned it. So was there any evidence or any statements or any?
They're saying premeditated because they said he was looking up antifreeze ways to abort a baby, and he looked up antifreeze. He said, can antifreeze abort a baby? So that's
now, is there any evidence of him wanting to hurt this girl? Not just with the abortion, but trying to hurt the girl.
Not that I've heard of in the text messages. I never, can anybody contest to hearing him say that he wanted to harm her? All I heard, and I ain't gonna put a lie out there, is he looked up antifreeze ways to abort the baby, like do a home abortion.
So, because if that is a fact, then he could be charged with premeditated murder against a baby, but involuntary homicide, or even a manslaughter charge against a girl.
So okay, so stay right there. Look, because somebody just said, ask him about the double murder.
Yes.
So there's okay. So you said it can't be premeditated.
Not against her, but against the baby, because he was planning on looking up ways to force this abortion.
So what did it be against her?
He wasn't meaning to kill her.
Mm-hmm. So it would just be one charge.
It'd be two: involuntary manslaughter for the girl, premeditated murder for the child.
Okay, so we don't.
How
got
far
that,
along
though.
was she?
We don't got that. We don't got that. We just got premeditated murder. That's the confusion of it all.
Well, they don't have the body yet either.
Okay. So you don't think they're ever going to charge him with the baby?
How far along pregnant was she?
Allegedly 5 months from the time that she texted him in September and said she needed to do a test. And he was like, okay, so come November, I think in the text per November, she was saying how hard it was for Jim. Because I'm thinking to me, she was like a month in September, a month or two by September.
How old is this girl?
13. He was in his 40s.
So he wasn't charged with rape?
Just sexual assault.
No, that's rape. She's not of legal age to give consent.
He didn't get that. They said first degree premeditated. That's what I thought it was too. That's what I'm confused about this whole case.
He should have been charged. He should have been legally charged with premeditated murder against the baby, because he's not a licensed clinician, so he can't give abortions. You can't. So that's one. So that's where the premeditated comes in at. But the involuntary manslaughter, or even a homicide, will be his official charges for her. So what they will do is charge him completely with premeditated murder for both of them. It gives him the window to cop out to a manslaughter charge or a homicide charge. Because murder is, you have to have the intentions, you have to have the intent to actually unalive a person. That's murder. Mm-hmm. If you accidentally kill somebody, I don't know if I should use that. If you accidentally unalive somebody, that's not murder.
Well, how do we know? I'm just asking some of the charges. I'm just asking you guys. So how do we go with, it's what gets me too. So we got text messages, right? So within them text messages that I told you about, one of those text messages, a couple of them text messages show that the auntie of the little girl wanted to go upstairs. He asked her, she said, but they can't. Look, they charged him with premeditated. Drop Top said, but they can't prove she was pregnant.
But didn't she go in September to get tested?
And then she even said in the text message that she said being pregnant was being too hard for her in gym.
Right, but they definitely will need some type of documentation. But didn't she say she was going to get tested in September in the text that she sent to him?
Yep. And then in November, he's looking for antifreeze antidotes to cause an abortion. And his picture showing that she was very much so pregnant.
And so then even with that, the school nurse had to have seen her. She's had to have gone to some type of prenatal care appointments.
Nope. They didn't take her to anything. And the school said they didn't see anything so far that we know. The lunch lady said she didn't ever notice her anything about her different.
Okay, so then there's no actual evidence that she was actually pregnant. So then, yeah.
It's just speculation
What?
at this point.
So then, that premeditated would automatically attach to her because he looked up different ways to
Look,
unalive
Lady
somebody.
B said, but does it make sense that you're going to look up antifreeze to give me an abortion, Latif, if I'm not pregnant? And this is months down after I already said I need a pregnancy test and all of that. And 4 months down the line, Latif,
But
the gym is getting bad and it's hard for me. I'm being pregnant and all. And then boom, a couple weeks later, you looking up abortions with antifreeze.
right, so this is what they're doing. They're playing it safe to give him something that'll stick. Okay, because if they go into court and the defense attorney asks the DA, what proof of evidence do they have to show that she was actually pregnant? If they do not have anything from a doctor, it's all speculated. Because his defense attorney can easily say, listen, she's a young girl, she's trying to trap this man, she's trying to get him for money, XYZ, claiming to be pregnant. That's the defense to that. But they have to charge him right, because if not, he can beat it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he can definitely beat that, the baby.
Yeah.
Okay, let me write that down.
But without any proof, actual proof, any medical records that she's actually pregnant, it's speculation. And you cannot convict off of speculation.
Okay.
That's like the fastest way to get a mistrial. When it comes to law, criminal law.
Okay. Maybe that's why they didn't do it. Go ahead.
If you're ever arrested, here's the order of sequence that you must fight. You fight the arrest, make sure that was done properly. If you get indicted, you fight the indictment. If it gets past that, you fight the actual charge. What were you charged with? If you get past that, then you fight the crime. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if they charged him incorrectly with the wrong charge, he can win that trial, especially if it's a trial by jury. It's a mistrial.
Mm. So that's why you think that they're only charging him with just premeditated.
Correct.
So Lady B said, if there's blood on her jacket, can it be tested to prove that she's pregnant?
They might be able to run a test on it. They might be able to run a test on her jacket to see if she was pregnant. Yes.
Oh, you can do that. Okay, I didn't know that.
Yes.
Okay, so premeditated meaning he had to say, so premeditated isn't if I'm saying I'm gonna harm you in advance.
No, it's actually planning it. Planning it and then doing it. Then you executing it. That's premeditated.
She did ask it through you. So as planning it. So they gotta have something showing that he was planning to unalive her, correct?
Yes.
So if she wasn't pregnant, can they do it off? Okay, so pay attention. Let's stay right there. So you said they have to have that. So they can't go off of they can't go off the fact that she was even gonna do the antifreeze for the abortion, correct? Or is that still a part of he was
antifreeze will unalive a person. That's not just for the abortion. It'll unalive her as well.
Okay, I get it.
Okay.
She said that's why premeditated no. She said can't be premeditated, be an act within a second.
Not within the second.
How?
Well, because within the second, and I hate to say this, everybody have a small window of opportunity to react to something where they can, let's say if you come home and you find somebody doing something harmful to one of your children, within this 2-minute time period that you're allotted, you can actually hurt somebody bad or unalive a person because you blank out.
Mm.
For that time, it's an emotional act. So a lot of people win those charges because of that. But if you're looking up how to hurt somebody or unalive a person a week in advance, you're planning it. Then the person is no longer to be found. So that person now is presumed to be unalived. They can charge you with that. But it can't be within the minute, it can't be within the second. Premeditation means it's over time. So he had to have looked up other ways as well.
Oh, okay.
So in this situation, he may have possibly went with the antifreeze. Nothing happened right away. He could have went a step further, realized what he just did, and disposed of the person.
That's a good one. So here we are. We have nobody. They're doing the jury selection, but let me ask you this. So we have the grandmother and the daughter, right? And within these texts, it's knowingly that they knew about, I don't know about the grandmother, but for sure the auntie. Why, what can they charge her with? Because she hasn't been charged with anything right now, but can't she be charged?
And the auntie knows about it?
Yeah.
His auntie or her auntie?
Her. It was her auntie's baby daddy. It was her auntie's baby daddy that got her. Let me read this. Let me read a couple to you real quick. She said, okay. Feticide, fetal homicide, murder of an unborn child, manslaughter, and unborn victim of violence are all charges for the baby being unalive due to the mother being unalived.
But you have to prove that she was actually pregnant. You need legal documents for that. But you are correct. Which is why the first time I said that the premeditated murder was for the baby. But then then I find out later that there's no actual proof, no medical proof that it's that documented that she was actually pregnant, except for somebody else's word or someone who claimed that she's seen her and things of that nature. That's a third party witness. You can't do that. It's hearsay.
Mm-hmm. So I do want to stick right here for a second. Lalisi had made a good point. She was like, Miss Parker, she said, because the grandmother didn't report her missing. The detectives and stuff didn't get the case until a month later. So when the police come in, now they go and do the investigation and they find some clothes. They said they found her blood. They find his DNA on the sweater, and they find a third additional DNA, but they didn't say who that belonged to. But Lalisi made a good point because Lalisi said, well, Miss Parker, think about it. She said, it snowed, it rained, it snowed again in those 30 days. It snowed, it rained, it melted. How can they get that DNA? Is it possible that DNA was washed off? How did they get it?
What was the clothing and everything that had the blood on it?
It was on the corner of, where was the top flight, you guys? Where was the blood and DNA?
Because once it dries, it will dilute if it's rained down, snowed down, and everything like that.
That's what.
But they can still pull it though.
They can.
Yeah, because you're gonna have a DNA tracker.
Okay.
Your DNA leaves a fingerprint, definitely like a fingerprint. So the blood may wash off, but that footprint, that fingerprint, may still be on there. So they're going to test that anyways.
Okay.
The grandmother, or whoever that was, that didn't report this for about a month.
She went to the school instead of the police, and she said she told the school that she ran away. And a detective that came, can I play it for you so you can hear?
Yes.
Okay. Y'all, let me go back a little bit. Let me go back so Lateef can kind of get caught up, guys, okay? I didn't hear that jail call. Where's that jail call at, Black? If you can get it to me. It says that they couldn't know if she was pregnant solely from the DNA sample. I don't know if that's correct. She said if I Google about the blood sample, it says that they could not know if she was pregnant solely from a DNA sample. I don't know if that's correct. Just what Google says.
Yes, you can actually. A lot of times when you have when you do a pregnancy test, if you take one at home, you pin on a stick. A lot of times, if you go to the hospital, they're actually going to do it by blood. So doing it by blood will actually give you a better idea of what your actual date is and how far along in your pregnancy that you actually are. But yes, they will do it by blood. You can do it by blood.
Okay.
They usually do that with Jane Doe's.
Nikki said, also the antifreeze container said, do not drink, etc. Is that considered to be premeditated?
Yeah, well, if you're planning on giving anything that's not supposed to be consumed by any human beings, and you have ill intentions, and they can prove your intentions, you have reason to want something to happen to this person or what they're carrying. Yes, they can. That's still murder because you planned it and it's premeditated.
Okay, Black. Let me write my email. Hold on, bro. Hold on. It's just a lot of inconsistencies. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of stuff that just don't make sense to me.
It sounds like a cover up, and honestly, it may not even been him who did it. We're looking at it from the wrong spectrum. It was her aunt's baby father or boyfriend who impregnated her, correct? Who's to say it wasn't the aunt? And grandma's protecting the daughter.
That's my theory. That's really my theory. I'm gonna let you hear the closing arguments so you can hear why they said what they was doing.
Okay.
The closing arguments. Look, they said take your time. We love an educated brother. Stop that. Okay, let me get to the closing argument. All right, here we go.
When did she have it?
Hold on.
Older, we have the defendant's birthday on the record, and
It's a complicated question. Maybe don't ask that. Thank you for asking. Okay, we are back on the record. This is People of State of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts, 2459617. Are the people ready for your line of argument?
yes, Judge, yeah.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. And before I get to the real issue on the homicide charge, I'm going to take care of a few preliminary matters. It is the people's intent to increase count 3, which is currently criminal sexual conduct second degree, to criminal sexual conduct first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. We have the defendant's birthday on the record, and that would be based on the testimony of the one minor witness that testified, as well as Cordell Wright's testimony. The minor witness testified that it happened at the old shop, and when Ms. Ripley was asking questions, she identified that as being the location. Cordell Wright testified back in November that they didn't move from that shop, which was at East Warren and Neff in the city of Detroit, until May or June, based on Nazia's birthday, which is in her medical records. At that time, she would have been 12 years old. and the minor witness testified clearly describing an act of penetration, specifically penis to anal opening. With respect to the criminal sexual, child sexually abusive activity, that would be based on the text messages as well as the minor's testimony as well. Combining those two things satisfies the elements of those charges. However, going to count 1 in murder in the first degree premeditated, I would like to go through and put some of the pieces together. And
Okay, what did you take from so far what you heard?
That he did get the SA charge, and he is, and that definitely, had definitely been charged with that premeditated murder. But who's the underage witness?
The 9-year-old. So Nazia's got a 9-year-old cousin, and she testified that she seen him and Nazia do anal. And it made her 12 at the time when they took instead of being 13, from the dates that was given, it made him, that's why he said first degree instead of from a second degree to a first degree on that one, because it made her 12 years old.
How many acts are they? How many acts are they? How many interactions or encounters that he had with her?
Altogether?
Yes.
A lot.
Because technically he could be charged with each and every one of them.
Okay. With the one person, right?
Yes.
So it's different charges?
He could be charged with it. He could be charged with 12 counts of it if he laid up with her 12 times.
Oh, okay. Now I'm getting it. Okay. She said the fetus also has to be 5 to 6 months gestation for the person to be charged if the fetus is unalive, right?
Correct. Well, that's why I asked how far along was she, and I'm just going by the 5. You said about 5 months, correct?
Yeah, from speculation to 5 months from the date she texted him and said, could he get our pregnancy test, which goes back to September of 2023. And then in November of 23 is when she said something about her gym, like it was getting hard for her to do gym based on her being pregnant. And then that's when he got to looking up antifreeze ways to do an abortion.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just guessing that she got her menstrual early, to know that she missed it, to know that she's actually pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Some girls have theirs early, some girls have it late. So what made her think that she was pregnant?
Right. And to even keep it going and saying, even to that point of saying, hey, Jim is getting bad because I'm pregnant. You know what I'm saying? Jim ain't what, I can't. I forgot what she needed. If y'all want to say in the chat, because I've been covering so much, but she definitely complained about Jim getting hard for her because she was pregnant.
Right. And that was something that she had texted him, correct? And about November-ish?
Mm-hmm.
So she may have found out in September. Let's say she conceived in August. She'll still be 4 months at most.
Mm-hmm. Even going missing on January the 9th.
And again, that is to say, if she was sending this over in September,
mm-hmm.
she had 4 months in November.
Mm-hmm.
That means that she'll be 7 to 8 months pregnant by January.
Yeah, let me move this. And okay, do we finish hearing this and then go to the text messages?
We can go to the text messages and then go back to that.
Okay, I'm gonna go to because you guys, I'm asking Latif questions because he's an attorney. Okay, so if y'all wonder why he's up here, that's why. Thank you, Almighty Streams. Yeah. She said he would cringe if he hears the text messages. bruh. So yeah, I wanna play the text message. Let's get to the text message.
Okay.
So you can understand better, because I'm all over the place with it. China's really keeping up with me with this case, with this Kimani Clay case. So I appreciate her for that. I've been meaning to get them caught up with this one and what I'm doing. Hold on, Latif.
Oh, wow. There's definitely a lot of information that's missing that I'm looking at. Renee, thank you.
What'd you say, Latif?
Now, there's a lot of information that was missing that I'm catching by reading through the chats.
Okay.
As far as the Plan B situation, as far as grandma doing the pregnancy test, and it says something about the hospital that I just missed. But yes, grandma can be charged with a lot of different things, starting with endangering the welfare of a child.
Yeah, I'll let Latif hear all of this while he can. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him hear, but I want him to hear the text messages, so we can see what he's taking, what he can get out of the text messages as far as the pregnancy and everything else and stuff like that. So that's why I'm kind of glad you guys look, and I am gonna read out the the Jarvis's charges to see if he understands them. I've been having Latif read out charges all night before I even got live, y'all, on another case. So he's probably sick of me at this point, okay?
No, you good, mama.
It's kind of hard to hear this because this is just where he talked to the detectives and then they're going to start reading the text.
Okay.
She said since the grandmother was the caregiver of Naziah, could she be charged with parental neglect?
Um,
That's a good question.
the child endangerment would stick better than parental neglect. Parental, prenatal, any type of neglect, the child endangerment carries more weight.
Okay.
It will all fall underneath that, along with reckless endangerment.
Oh, she can get that too? She can be charged with
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
that? How reckless endangerment?
Because the person's unalived. If grandma would have stepped in and stepped up, got the baby away from the situation, remember she's 13 years old. She's going to be a high-risk pregnancy. She left her in a dangerous situation. Did she know that she was pregnant by her aunt's man?
They claim she didn't, but the aunt did say they do got. So I'm not saying she said this in court, but the aunt did say on a recording that everybody got to hear. It was a content creator that ran up on him, and he was with their cousin at the time, and she did admit to the cousin that she took a pregnancy test, and she gave the niece, the 13-year-old niece, a pregnancy test as well.
So then they automatically suspecting something. Once again, I think the aunt will be more inclined to commit this act than him, because he's already admitted to him, to his wife or his girl, that he's cheating. It doesn't have to be the first time that he's stepped outside of the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Being that her niece, she's blaming her niece for having relations with her baby daddy or her man, whatever their situation is. So this lady's anger didn't go towards the man, went towards her niece. In her mind, her niece broke the code. I'm sure as ladies that you guys have all heard this at one time or another, a man's going to be a man. A man's going to do whatever a man's going to do. Your loyalty is not going to come from that man. Your loyalty is going to come from your friends, your family, the close people that's to you. They owe you the loyalty, not him. I'm not saying I believe in this. I don't say this is true, but this is something that we've taught. It's a learned thinking pattern. So baby mama or boyfriend, whatever their situation is, whatever their relationship status is, could be now in jeopardy because of her niece, including possibly sending him to jail for a long time. For any and all kind of essay charges. He cannot have that, because now that's going to ruin her family. That's going to take her kid's father out of their lives. So she went to the other route, which is to rid the problem.
Mm-hmm.
If a man is bold enough to lay down and have relations with your niece that's underage, imagine what else he's doing outside the house.
Well, he told her he was a pedophile, and she said if society could give him a second chance, why shouldn't she?
Lord, I can't say what I feel and what I think about this lady.
That's what she said. So she definitely said he deserved a second chance. Yes, she was talking about Nazia's pregnancy test. Yes, absolutely. She was absolutely. She definitely was. But I'm gonna let you finish reading the text. I know you're not gonna like this if you don't like that.
Go ahead.
Right there. See that text. This is the text I was talking about. He told her that him and the auntie wanted to come upstairs, and she said the 13-year-old replied back and said, "Give her some D. She's just horny. She didn't want to be bothered with her."
That shows that the aunt knows.
So where do we go from her with just certain texts? To where do we go from her with that? Just that. Or is that not enough?
No. So that was the text between the girl and him or the aunt and him?
That was the little girl, the 13-year-old Naziah, telling Jarvis. He said, Shannon wants to come upstairs. And he's basically saying, like, she told him she don't want her to come up her. She said, just give her some D. She's horny. She didn't want to be bothered with the auntie coming upstairs with him. Okay.
Lord.
Oh, Portia said good night. Good night, Portia, my sister, my rider, love girl.
Good night. Lord. Okay. Through his own text messages, he's admitting his guilt for all of the SA charges that he got. Okay. But nothing thus far, other than him looking up how to abort a child. At that point, it's a child. To with antifreeze hasn't come up yet.
Mm-mm.
See, because here's the thing: if there is no body, they have not found her yet. They still don't know what was her cause of death.
Right. They don't know because they can't find a body. I don't know why you can't hear Jasmine's live. She said they also have pics of her that are inappropriate.
Who had those pics?
They do. The court.
And what did they get it from his phone?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That because y'all can't hear that because remember his audio when he was talking to the detectives, that's not clear. I want to wait till they get to let me kind of push it. I want to push it so we can get to the text message readings and stuff like that. But just right there, I could understand when she said he asked could the auntie come upstairs with him or whatever. So I'll skim past it if you want me to. She said, "Can you play it again?" Okay. Let me see if y'all can hear this part. Hold on. Let's see. Let me kind of
Okay.
Because it's not going to be clear because y'all know that audio was shiesty. See, y'all, that's when he said Shannon wants to come upstairs too. And she said, "Nah, I just want to be with you." So the auntie wanted to come upstairs. You know, this is what he's saying. Shannon wants to come upstairs too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not clear. This one's not going to be clear, y'all. Let me get to the text messages. Hold on.
Somebody had mentioned earlier, and Top Flight just touched on it, about her being in the hospital. When was this young lady in the hospital?
So remember I said, okay, so she said she's pregnant in, you're going to hear it in these texts. She said she was pregnant she thought she was pregnant in September. But he was like, dang, you just went to the doctor. Like, you know what I'm saying? I guess in August talking about August.
Okay.
Oh boy said, yeah, he was asking for explicit text, and the texter, he said, bro, it gets bad, trigger warning.
Hey, oh boys, honestly, I with the context of the text, I try to listen past, and I'm just trying to hear anything incriminating that he's saying. Because there's a bunch of other charges that he should be charged with, that he could be charged with, but they're not.
I think so, Martin.
I honestly believe this, what the district attorney's office is doing is shooting for the big fish, not filling up the bucket with the little fish.
Mm.
And that's how you miss your catch.
She did, Black. All right, I want him to hear these messages and stuff, so give me a second so I get the lawyer's perspective on all of this and stuff like that. Y'all know how he was muffled in the interrogating room, so I played a clear, like kind of a clear thing a while back, but okay.
And clip 21.
I don't like that. I hate his interrogation.
I want to just backtrack a little bit before getting back to the messages. You had stated yesterday that when you searched Mr. Buck's home, you had found some guns.
Yes,
Did you, in any other searches, did you find any other kind of weapons?
yes.
And what were the, where were they found and what were they?
When we had searched Neff, there was a firearm inside the vehicle, the same vehicle that had Mr. Buck's phone. That firearm was later determined to be registered to Kashiana. When we searched Mr. Butt's car, there were several like kitchen knives in there throughout the car, various sizes. There was the weapons that were inside his home. And I believe that was as far as any weapons. There might have been some other type of blunt instrument or something, but nothing significant that I documented.
Okay. And Mr. Butt's vehicle that Escalade was processed,
Yeah,
and those items were sent to the lab,
yeah,
and that's along with Miss Latricia Johnson's Nissan.
yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk in your training and experience, having been with police for 24 years. Have you seen types of wounds made through clothing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you saw a black hoodie that was recovered had some holes in the head, in the hood area.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what, like either some sort of like sharp object or a gun or something of the sort? Are you familiar with what that would look like through clothing?
And at this point, I'm going to object. I think the answer would call for her to speculate on what caused these wounds.
I'm not asking her to say what caused the
Or
holes.
call the holes. My
In this
apologies.
specific
Yeah,
case, but in her
correct.
experience.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
we made the objection after a few questions, but for this follows the rules.
Yeah, so throughout the hundreds of scenes that I've been to, various scenes, whether they may be fatal stabbing, maybe a blunt force trauma, I've responded and processed many gunshot scenes. When there's clothing where a weapon was used, you do see that type of tearing. It could be from a bullet hole, it could be from a knife, it could
I
also
don't know
be
what you
from
mean,
a struggle
Denise.
or pulling.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't know how those holes got in the hood of that black hoodie.
Correct.
But those holes could be, in your experience, consistent with things that you have observed in your training and experience as it relates to struggles, stabs, bullets, things of that sort.
Correct.
Now, on Mr. Buck's phone, after that January 9th text to Naziah saying, okay, was there any other texts to Naziah's number after that date?
From Mr. Buck's phone?
Yes.
No.
There was no attempts to reach Naziah's number on Mr. Buck's phone.
There was no contact between Mr. Buck's phone and the text number after that.
Okay. And in your role in this case, did you go through Naziah's kind of social media records and things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And since
Y'all, the charges. Wait a minute. Hold on. They running me ragged. They're telling me to read this and read the charges and hold on, cause now I gotta find them. Y'all know y'all driving me crazy, oh boy, right? Y'all throwing me. They know I can't do all of this at one time. See, I be telling them all the time I don't be knowing what I'm doing hardly up here. Now read the charges. Now read the one from the lady, and I'm like, wait, I'm confused. I don't know what you're saying.
See, from what I'm gathering from the comments, is that grandmother hit her with a toaster. She grabbed the bags and said she left.
No, they're reading they're reading the one that I did earlier. The young lady that was found in the house today. That's what I'm saying. It's getting confusing.
Got
They're mixing two cases. They're talking about two separate cases. Hunter. That's why I'm saying I'm getting thrown.
But
I can go straight to the
I hate to say it, but with this case, the way that they're approaching it, the way they're trying to do the charges.
Is it going to be a mistrial from the sounds of it?
Yeah, he's going to beat it.
I said that, y'all. I'm sorry. I did.
Again,
I ain't gonna lie. I did this for a reason. Like, I be doing this for a reason, going back and forth and listening to y'all. But this is my thoughts, y'all. I was like, damn, it's gonna be a mistrial.
See, because it doesn't sound like. I mean, I just heard that he had a gun, he had knives in his car.
Okay.
Right? The gun is not registered to him; it's registered to somebody else. She said a different name.
Lucretia. I mean, the Tashiana, the fiance.
He wasn't charged with that. So there's a lot of little charges that they're just skipping by.
Okay,
trying to charge him with the big one. His
Okay.
defense could be she was uncomfortable where she was staying. She was under a lot of pressure. She was being threatened. She left, went somewhere to have the baby. Well, do you know where she went? I don't know. She said she'll contact me. I haven't heard anything from her. That's his defense. They still don't have a body. Correct?
Mm-mm.
Do they actually know? Can they actually prove that this girl is unalived?
They said they got proof. They're coming for the trial, but they said it, I guess everybody's waiting. They really got us waiting for the trial. They said they got more evidence to prove. So the news people is basically like, so do y'all have a body? That's like, no, but we got enough proof to kind of prove that he unalived her.
Then, unless they have it on video,
Okay.
that he actually did this, but they cannot prove it without a body. That doesn't mean that she's no longer here.
Because basically they saying when they found the clothes, let me read some of these charges. And then I'll get to the close. Okay, on November the 9th, 2024, he had a criminal sexual conduct second degree, person under 13. So you did state that he can get charged every time he did something with her.
Correct.
He can get charged. Okay, so he got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 so far. He got 5 against Naziah.
Okay.
Then he's got child sexual abuse activity charge. Then he's got homicide, murder first degree premeditated. Then he's got another criminal sexual charge. So that's 6. Then he's got a weapons carrying. Hold on. Let me get to that weapons carrying charge. Yeah, then he's got a weapons carrying charge. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 criminal sexual conduct second degrees. Then, well, one of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 second degrees and 1 first degree for the sexual criminal conduct. And then he's got the child sexual abuse activity, which I don't know what that means exactly. And then he's got the homicide, murder first degree premeditated.
Wait, he was charged with both?
It just says 1. Like in the box right here, it just has the, I don't know if you can't see that.
What was the dates of the homicides? Because
okay, let me tell you the dates. Let me tell you the dates. Okay, let me do that. On the 9th of November. On the 9th of November, he's got a criminal sexual conduct second degree. On the 1st of November, 2024, he's got criminal sexual conduct second degree. On the 1st, he's got another criminal sexual conduct second degree. So let me just do this, count the days. On the 1st, on the 1st of November, that's when he got the homicide, murder first degree premeditated. And he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 sexual criminal conduct second degrees. Then on the 9th, they gave him a sexual conduct second degree. And then, yeah. See, this is crazy. It's weird, Latif, because one of the criminal sexual conduct second degree person under 13 was on April the 3rd, 2024. Then we go all the way to the 1st is when he got the homicide murder first degree. Then he got the child abuse activity on November the 1st as well. Then the criminal sexual conduct second degree on the 1st. Then on the 1st, he got a sexual conduct first degree. The only one he got on the 9th of November was just 1 criminal sexual conduct second degree. Why all these dates? I'm confused.
Well, because they're finding more evidence going on with all those SA cases was probably different dates. So every time they found another date, he got charged for it. My only thing is, what scares me is his charge that homicide, murder first premeditated. Homicide and premeditated murder, that's 2 different charges.
Yeah, it said homicide, murder first degree premeditated.
So then that means he's charged with homicide for her, premeditated murder for the baby.
Mm. Is that what you think?
Well,
Because it says it said homicide dash murder first degree premeditated.
but that's homicide and murder is it's two different charges. They have two different meanings.
Yep, that's what I
Homicide,
thought.
homicide is more of an accidental death. Murder is intentional. Premeditated murder is a planned and intentional act that you carried out. So those have to be separate charges. And on those dates with those different charges,
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't mean that that's the actual date of the acts, but that's the date where they found the evidence that there were acts happening. So every act that they found happening, got proof of, which could be either by text messages or anything like that, they hit them with another charge. There was one that was that wasn't. There was one of them that was different from the other, from the SA charges. That one,
Yeah, that was let me get to it.
that
Child
that could
sexual
be
abusive activity was on the first with a couple of more, like with 1, 2. Don't forget criminal sexual conduct in the first degree as well. He's got one of those on the first two, and then the rest of them are second degrees.
right.
Criminal
So
sexual conduct.
a lot of those other charges, that one charge that's not the sexual misconduct, that one may be the lewd act, which could be the pictures or videos.
Mm. Okay. So you are saying homicide, murder first degree premeditated is different.
Yes. Those are two separate charges.
Thank you, Strong Survival. Let me know. So when you're saying, okay, so when you're saying two different charges, you're saying basically that could be for her and that baby.
Correct.
So the premeditated is for the baby.
Correct.
And the homicide is for Naziah.
Correct.
Let's go.
And there have been times when people have been prosecuted and found guilty without a body, but they have had the evidence enough to prove that this death actually happened. Meaning somebody's seen them carrying out the body. They're on video carrying out a body as something that looks like a body in a bag, and they're presumed dead. Excuse me, they're presumed unalived. I'm so sorry for using that word. They're presumed unalive. They can use that without the body.
Mm.
But there have to be witnesses.
Okay. Is that how you wanted me to read them, old boy? He said, bro, pay attention to the dates of the homicide. Tell me what you think. Well, the date of the homicide is, the one I got is 11/1/2024. She went missing January 9th, but I just seen our boy text. He said, bro, pay attention to the date of the homicide. So I don't know.
The date of the charges. So
she went missing January the 9th. But this says on here, the charge for homicide, murder first degree, and premeditated was 11/1/2024.
So then, if they have, I'm looking through the text. It's saying that they have enough evidence to charge him with that.
I'm gonna send this. Tell China to send this to you real quick, bro. Hold on.
All right. Because what I would want to see is, because if they're getting ready to go to trial, there's an omnibus motion that was been filed, and also his attorney have to have suppressed the evidence. What's in there? what's in those files. That's what would tell the story.
What would
And
tell
then
the
the
story?
next,
What was fat? What would you say? I missed it.
the
What's in
omnibus motion and suppressing the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
That would tell the story. That would tell what they have.
Mm. And you can't get the paperwork on this because it's open case, correct?
It's an open case or it's closed?
It's open.
I probably can.
I need it, bro. Can you get it to me?
I probably can. I could do some asking, but I definitely probably can.
Thank you. Because I need it.
But there's some things that they'll have that they'll redact because they do not want it public yet.
Mm-hmm.
Which is probably the hardcore stuff that's going to put the nail in the coffin.
Mm. It makes sense, but why is the date so significant that old boy saying? He said, wait a minute, let me get down there to him. He's right here. He said,
well, the dates are important because you can't charge them twice with the same thing. That's double jeopardy.
He said one homicide was before the preliminary hearing. Okay. He said, and the second one was after. To me, that means her homicide and another homicide. So the baby, ?
Yes, it would definitely be.
Because, bro, oh boy, I don't know if it cut off. Let me see. The homicide part. Oh, okay. Yeah, bro. Look, okay, I missed it. You're right, oh boy. Okay, so on the 11/1/2024, it said homicide, murder first degree premeditated. I found it. Then on 1/17/2025, it said homicide, murder first degree. Well, it still say the same thing. Homicide first, murder first degree premeditated. Just was the same on 1/17.
But these are separate charges.
Mm.
So he has it charged twice. Then they
Mm.
put it together instead of separate it. They just put it as one,
Mm-hmm.
and that's only because the baby wasn't born yet.
Wait, what?
Because the baby hasn't been born yet. They can charge one with one for her, later find out that she was pregnant, and then came back and charged for the baby.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Just in the paperwork when they put it, they just dashed it instead of putting two separate charges.
You have been saying this, oh boy. So they did get him for the baby. So that means they got proof that she was pregnant, correct?
Yeah, they found a fetus.
So even without a body, so they had to find a fetus to charge him with that.
Which means that they had to have found the body or enough evidence to prove that she was pregnant.
He said the last homicide was after the preliminary hearing, bro.
Two separate dates, two separate times. Because again, you can't come back and charge a person again.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, now I'm catching on. Okay. So once he got charged on the 11/1, after the preliminary, they can't say it again.
Right, unless it's another person. You can't charge a person twice with the same crime with the same victim. That's double jeopardy. That goes over to your constitutional rights. It's a clear-cut case of double jeopardy.
What's not true, Jasmine? Are you an attorney too, Jasmine? I'm just asking. I'm just asking what's true. They said they have enough evidence to say he unalived her and they didn't want anyone searching. They did. I never heard them say stop searching. I heard Roxy and Mark D say stop searching, but if y'all can see me, he said, I've been saying what he said. It's for both homicides. Great job, sis. Okay. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank Lateef, y'all. That's why I called him up here. They said
you're very welcome.
They said they found on the hoodie. They said on her hoodie, it was a lot of blood. And then they said also on her hoodie that they found his DNA was on her, but they said it was a third DNA. Drop top listing. He just explained it. Bruh, explain it again. Okay, y'all. On 11/1/2024, he's got homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. Then double back on after the preliminary on 1/17/2025. It says homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated. So basically, he's saying he can't be charged twice. Because would it still, are you saying that it would have still said on this paper after the preliminary, it would have still had 11/1/2024? If they didn't find nothing after the, you know what I'm saying, after the preliminary, correct?
Right, but after the preliminary hearing, when they did find more evidence to have charged him with another one, then it would have charged him with another one, but it'll be another victim. Unless they didn't find enough evidence at the preliminary hearing to convict him, dropped it, and then the police came with more evidence and then charged him again. But then it'll say dropped and then back up. You wouldn't have those same two dates.
Okay, so one more time. So the paperwork that they did start, when they started the charges, it say 11/1 from the paperwork I got. Everything's 11/1. This is before the preliminary. 11/1/2024. Homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated, right? That's for, so you're saying the homicide and the premeditated is two different things. So that's two different charges.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying on 1/17/2025, that's after the preliminary, but it's still the same charge? You get what I'm saying? It's just a different date.
Right. So then they gave him another charge, correct?
It's still the same though. It's what he had on 11/1/2024 is homicide, murder, first degree, premeditated.
Correct. But then he was charged again, correct? After the preliminary hearing.
Yeah, it's just a different date on it.
It's a second charge.
Okay. Yeah, I get what he's
So
saying.
as they're compiling more evidence, you can add charges to it.
Because he still has like even the.
Now I have a question. Somebody mentioned that they were saying they didn't want anybody looking into the case, correct?
They said searching. They said
searching.
That was time I stopped the search, which we did hear that, but
the only way and the only reason why they would do that. Okay, let me change this. I can't say too much. Okay. In this area, is there any other like in kind missing persons?
I wish Brad could call in too.
Because one of the first questions that you're going to ask, which is going to have the district attorney's office and then everybody else going crazy, is trying to match the nature of this crime with other similar crimes. That's unfounded.
So this is getting good. Didn't he get charged for the 9-year-old? Like what, the SA? Maybe that's what some of the SA, one of the SA charges is. I don't know, because he still got on the 17th. Let me pull it up, bro. Hold on. So on the 17th, he still got criminal sexual conduct, 2nd degree, person under 13, defendant 17 or older. And then he's got another, he's got criminal sexual conduct, 1st degree, person under 13, defendant 17 or older, on the 17th of January 2025. Criminal sexual conduct, 2nd degree, person under 13, defendant 17 or older, 2025. Child sexual abuse activity, 1/17/2025. And then again on, he's got another, no, that's the 11th. But on homicide, murder, 1st degree, premeditated, it said 1/17/2025, just like it did on 11/1/2024. She said they can only add different charges, but they can all fall under the same instance.
Right.
What does that mean?
Meaning that as they find more evidence, they can add additional charges to it, to what he's been charged with.
Thank you. So you thinking? So you're telling me that the 1/17 could mean somebody totally different than Isaiah and the baby?
No, what I'm saying is one could be Naziah, the other one could be the baby.
Okay, so that's what they did. So it's like they found out they got more evidence by the time the preliminary came and was like she was pregnant.
Right. Now, but again, here's where it gets crazy at and confusing. If they have not found the baby, they have not found a fetus.
Say it one more time, T. Because what?
If they did not find the girl, they did not find a fetus.
Okay, what does that mean?
Which means that they can't find the baby. If they don't have her, they don't have the baby. So they had to have had some type of proof they have to have some type of proof that she's actually pregnant.
Boom.
Being that there's no medical records, that was said there was no medical records showing that she was.
Then they couldn't charge them with that.
Correct, unless they found the baby and they found her and found that she was pregnant.
Okay, cool. She said not true, as far as in order for him to be convicted of the murder, somebody would have had to see him with the body directly or whatever he said got to be proven.
Right, but here's the thing though. They have to have enough evidence to convict. You can't, when you're talking about murder and murder trials, okay? Getting that conviction isn't easy because it's murder.
Hello, Miss Parker. How you doing today?
Hello, how are you?
I'm all right. This strong survive. I think I talked to you once before on Miss Callie's channel. How you doing? I forgot your name again, sir.
It's Latif. How you doing, man?
Latif. How you doing again? Yeah, I met you before as well. Now I do live here in Detroit, and didn't the grandmother stay like near Evergreen area or something?
That I don't know.
I
was asking Miss Parker. Well, she stayed on the west side, correct?
East side.
Okay, she stayed, or was the shop and the shop? I thought it was the shop and the
I think one was on
and the hotel.
I think one was.
What a bus stop was on the west side, correct?
I think so.
Okay, well that's not far from where I live. I live like, but I was born and raised on the east side, like 7 Mile and Van Dyke area. So that's not Connor's area is not too far from there. But I think it's weird how now I heard they did do a search like 7 Mile area, but I think they should have did the search more of the areas where he frequented, because we have like a lot of abandoned schools. We have a lot of vacant houses. We have a lot of blocks that's just like complete blocks with no houses or a couple of houses that's abandoned. We have a lot of squatters. It's just it's well, I'll put it this way. When it comes to Detroit Police Department, they're corrupt. They're corrupt too, as well as the CPS system. I think they all failed her. But it was a question he asked. I forgot what it was a question you asked. I can't remember exactly what it was, and I asked you, could I answer that? It was down in the chat somewhere. What was the question? I can't remember. But yeah, I do the one question I did want to answer, since I can remember this one clearly. Now I do agree with what he's saying, as far as maybe even if it wasn't because her body wasn't recovered. I heard that they did only find like clothes, but you know, I believe that one of the guys, I can't remember that, I don't know the difference between their names. It's like I'm not too good with names, but I know, it's just all sick. But I think it's the guy's name that starts with the J. I heard that his something about somebody's DNA was found, and something about probably handprints or some type of DNA was found on the clothing that might have belonged to him. But I do know that the body wasn't recovered. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, the clothes was found in like River Rouge area. You know how far that is?
I mean, I got the notes wrote down. It's
Yes, ma'am.
yeah, but
What's
That's
up here?
way out the way.
hold on, Strong Survivor, real quick, because our boys
Yes,
at
Yeah,
work.
ma'am.
Real quick.
I'm on break. So salute. Sis, you're doing a great job, bro. You giving out that knowledge as well. Like
Thank you.
always, I think I was trying to. I'm at work, so I'm back and forth, but I can hear. So you got it, bro. Like, and I can't. I think what's confusing people is that people are trying to. What the focus is what they actually charged him with, not whether he can beat the charge or not. Because anybody can beat anything, whether you're
Correct.
innocent or guilty. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is that, just like you were just saying before I logged on, in order for an M case to even pass the grand jury, you have to have some evidence.
Correct.
And
Because
not
you can't get an
mention
indictment.
Hold on, Strong Survivor. Let him lay it real quick because he's on break. Hold
and
on.
and not even mention to do it without a body, as far as what we know. You know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, focus on the date where he was already charged with her homicide without a body. And then after preliminary, he was charged with another homicide. And then you also caught that. You said, well, the chances are it's the baby, but maybe he unalive somebody else too. So, but that's spreading narrative, right? So let's stick it to where it's at. Like, so obviously they found enough evidence, or they felt like after their preliminary hearing and on or after that, they had enough evidence to actually charge him with a second homicide, premeditated.
Correct. Now the question is, was he indicted on anything yet? And
Yes.
and he was?
Yes, that's what the preliminary hearing was for.
Well, the preliminary hearing is to see if it's good enough to get an indictment.
Okay, and then
indictment, which is
I
really
think
going before the grand jury.
2 weeks ago, they went on ahead and pushed forward with it.
Okay.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure that it's not a second charge, but it's an indictment. This is what he's actually now indicted on.
Yes. because a lot of people thought the trial was gonna start when it was 2 weeks ago, but actually it was just another hearing.
Okay.
So yeah, it's on there. And like I said,
It's
when I
not
read it, I
more
paid
than one
attention.
charge.
I paid attention to the dates that was on the charge. And to me, once again, the devil's in the details. And that's what stood out to me. Because like you said, you can't charge him, with homicide with the same person.
Correct.
So it has to be someone else, something else.
And again, I'm not going to say that they haven't found the body or they did find the body yet, because that's not something that we actually know.
Exactly.
But if they're telling people to stop looking into it or stop searching,
that says a lot.
That's
right
for
there.
a reason.
Mm-hmm.
That's a warning.
Yep. Yep. And
Can I
then
ask-
also, I think a key thing was said too when they said a third DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So was that third DNA the baby's? We don't know
I
that.
always
You
said
know what I'm
that.
saying?
I said that too.
Miss
You know,
Parker? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna let him finish talking.
Yeah, that's what I said that too.
yeah. So I've been saying it from day one. Ever since I saw the charges, it stands out when you pay attention to the dates and the fact that they superseded his that second degree to a first degree. Because like we talked about at the old shop, she was actually younger, and they was able to prove that. So they enhanced that charge. And they probably going to enhance it some more because you got to remember, once again, they got 40 new witnesses, bro. I know you know this too.
Wow.
Okay, so when you say enhance, what you mean, bro?
That means basically they add charges or take a second degree to first degree. It's called enhancement.
It's enhancement. It's another short term is charges.
Did they enhance it? Because on here it said 1/11/24. It said it still say first degree, and it say first degree on the 17th.
Do you remember in closing when that prosecutor got up there and say based on what the minor said and plus what King said that they wanted to go for the first degree? That's what you call enhancing. And ending up the charge, basically. Right, bro?
Yeah. It just they up the charges.
Yeah.
So that's basically.
I thought he was talking about the essay though, because he said it was based on her age.
Well, I wasn't talking about a particular charge. I'm just saying like that's what happened. Yeah. I'm not talking about a particular charge. No.
I get it.
Yeah.
But
the only particular charge I can say they enhanced is the one they talked about, and then the fact that he got charged with another homicide after the preliminary hearing. And then after the preliminary hearing, during the preliminary hearing, they did this. They asked for it to be enhanced because of the time frame from King's testimony and then the other baby girl's testimony, which means she was under 13 at the time, which took it from second degree to first degree.
Mm-hmm.
No, without any of the actual particulars, everything that we're doing right now is speculation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anything outside of the charges, we got to wait the trial, and that's what I've been saying.
You have to wait the trial and wait till the evidence is actually produced.
Yeah, it's like people want the evidence and want the case to be tried on YouTube. Yeah, that's not our job.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Stick to the facts.
Yeah, you're right.
And the charges
I just said people ain't getting it, so that's why it's making Kenyatta's teeth itch and stuff like that. Because it took me a while too, Kenyatta, after bro explained it, and I was like, okay, now I get it.
Yeah, and I get it. Everybody's not having went through the legal system, and so happen you have a great attorney up here. That's but that's why I was telling you to read the charges. Kind of hard for him to give a valuable and intelligent answer without knowing the facts. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said that. And as soon as he heard the charges and the dates, he said, what say what now? It's a dead giveaway.
Any attorney that you ever receive is going to always tell you to read the fine print, read to the paper. You have to see every detail in their paperwork. Sometimes they blotch paperwork. Sometimes there's sometimes they block paperwork. Sometimes they blotch it where they mess it up and things of like that. Okay.
Yeah, and that also a certain thing I tell people too. Sometimes, like I said, the he may have a strong defense team, and some of these charges may get dropped, but that's not for us to decide. That's the courts. That's the court's job.
Right.
Sometimes they mess up in paperwork. It happens.
Yep.
People beat cases that way. I know a lot of guilty people out here walking free.
Yes, it happens.
It happens.
And again, the main thing that's being missing, that we're overlooking, is to stop looking into it. Don't search no more. Because there may be a whole nother case brewing.
I agree.
There may be other victims. And he'll be charged individually. They're not going to group them all together.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now that was the question you asked that I wanted to elaborate on. Now, considering her case has been going on over a year now, am I correct, Ms. Parker?
Yeah.
I mean, with everything overall. But as far as the search, as far as the time of the search frame, the time frame of the search unit going out, doing the actual searches. I don't recall them looking in the areas of where she was last seen between the motel and the shop the guy worked at, the shop the guy owned or whatever, over there off of Connors. I don't remember a search team over there. I do agree with you as far as what you said, Mr. Lateef, about possibly, and we're just speculating, allegedly, as far as the baby. Now, Ms. Parker, I did want to ask you this: is it any point in time during the time that she was suspected to be pregnant, or she was known to be pregnant, did she ever go and seek any type of medical attention as far as a DNA test or follow-up care, as far as, you know how that goes? Is there any point in time that's possible that could have happened, and that's evidence that they could have pulled up and found out during the time the trial was going on?
Well, somebody put in the chat that her auntie said that she got a sonogram or something, so I
That
don't
could
know.
be.
I never heard it, but I don't know. Hey, Sister Shay.
Well,
But
that's just
all
a
hearsay.
theory.
Yeah, that's
just a theory.
That's the
Yeah.
legend.
Yeah, that's all hearsay. See, now here's what concerns me.
Mm-hmm.
She's underage, and her grandmother or somebody took her to a hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Was she recommended to go to this hospital?
I ain't never heard it, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
That part I don't know. I've heard
Because
a lot
there's
of things,
particular
but they're not.
doctors that kids go to see. They're called pediatricians.
Mm-hmm. Correct. I have a daughter her age. Well, she'll be 15. Wasn't she 15?
No, she was 13.
How old was she? She was 13. Oh Lord.
Which means that she would
Are
have
you
been still
just now
going to a
Are you
pediatrician.
just now following the case?
No, I've been following it now for like a few months, but certain things I haven't been watching the trial. Now, like the internet process, I've been seeing quite a few things here and there. Besides what you blog on, this another lady you recommended. I've been watching her. So I'm like a few months in, but I did hear that all of these things have been taking place now for like over a year, and no one has really stepped in. That's why I say she was like failed all the way around from every angle.
I have a question.
And it is known to be corrupt here as far as CPS and the DPD.
I have a question. With all the SA charges he got, are those all from the same victim? Or are we talking about different victims?
Well, they said it's new victims coming up now for the they said some new victims have came up. Well, since the preliminary, it's like you said, things change with the dates, and I think they said some more. I think he got 5 new victims, or 5 new charges, 5 new SA charges. Let me say that. I'm gonna say that, yeah, allegedly.
Those may be victims.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
And did they release whether or not these victims are within a family, whether it's incest or just other kids in general? They didn't release that.
What you say?
I said, did they release whether or not these are other kids like within the family, incest types
I don't know
thing,
yet.
or okay?
But see, he did. Okay, so let me tell you this. It was alleged through the 9-year-old at the preliminary that he did touch his daughter too.
The
She
one
said
with
the first
Shannon?
Latif, she said the first occasion at the shop was with Naziah, which is who was missing and pregnant 13. The second one was with allegedly with his own daughter, Janiyah, which was 11, would have made her 10 or 11 at the time. And then the third time, she didn't say who he was, you know what I'm saying, who the person was. She just, something happened, but she just didn't say who it was with.
Right. Well, even if they did, they would actually hide it because they're minors. They're underage, so they'll be protected. So they won't list the victims openly like that. That they won't make public. To be honest with you.
No, he knew them, Black. Shut up. I didn't know.
Oh yeah, you're right about that. Correct. That is 100%. Like if they're minor underage victims, they won't list their name. That would be like sealed
Mm-hmm.
or redacted.
So they won't put their charges if they're underage, or I thought they
They
Bruh.
might put the charges. They probably just won't put their names as
They
Yeah, I
won't
know
minor.
they don't put their names. They'll never put their name.
Right. They
Yes,
won't.
ma'am.
They won't do the victims.
Mm. Sad
But I
world
like
we
how
live
you
in.
broke it down about them charges, because if for those that's coming in, when I read off the charges, I told bruh, homicide, murder first degree, premeditated. What he was explaining was homicide and premeditated is 2 different charges. So that's why he said they got to have evidence, because this is on the set 1/17/2025 after the preliminary. After. So what brother is saying is allegedly they got proof. They got proof that she was pregnant. They have some
Or-
proof allegedly.
Or there's another victim. But you're saying that these are new charges. That's not just for the preliminary hearing, and then now he's indicted on these charges. You're saying that these are new charges, that he's being charged again, correct?
Mm-hmm. It went. That was the same charge from 2024, and after the preliminary 1/17/2025.
When was his indictment hearing?
In January the 9th, 2025.
Are the case numbers the same?
Oh, that's a good one. Hold on. That's a good one. Okay.
And then that will probably kind of give you an idea whether or not it was her and the baby or her and another victim. Just thinking out loud.
Okay, hold on. Ooh. That's a good one.
If there's 40 new witnesses, there's 20 new victims.
Yeah, it's the same number for the homicide, murder first degree, premeditated. It's the same number.
That speaks volumes.
Yeah, I seen that, Black. Yeah. I think so. I think she did mail. I mean, that's my opinion. Yep, the case numbers are the same. Yeah. What that mean, brother? Case numbers are the same.
Then that's still the same case that he's locked up for.
Okay.
That's all one case.
Before I drop, I just wanted to tell you, Miss Parker, I appreciate you. You know, your hard work, time, and dedication, and love and compassion you put into this case. Uh, besides you, I think you know the only other one blogger besides you that puts that much effort and you know what I'm saying. All of that you've put into this case, because it's. I mean, I think what I think social media is what really put a lot of pressure on them to do something about this case. You know, otherwise, I'm looking at it as if, as far as from what I've seen, by me actually being here, it could have went, kind of swept under the rug to a certain extent, if you understand what I'm saying. And it does, and I believe that's why, my personal opinion, I believe that's why the family is, certain people more than others are so angry that, that the light was shed, by social media, and it couldn't, I can't even put into words, this is a baby, I mean, I have 3 daughters. I don't even have sons. I have 3 daughters, and unfortunately, I lost one. I had 4, and that was a malpractice, case where she was, you know, um, the feeding tube wasn't sanitized, and she was 17 days old, and whole malpractice case behind that. But it's I just don't understand how anybody, any real parent, cannot want to know what happened or knows what happened and allow it to happen. I don't get that. It's like what's next? It's like I'm not going. Sometimes you can be in a situation where you can say you're not going to be. So many sickening things have happened. You're not going to be surprised what happens next. In this case, I will be surprised. It's like it can only get sicker by the things we don't know, according to what we already know. And I feel so bad because it's like she didn't, she's not. I mean, all this time went by, and she still hasn't been returned home to have a proper burial. It's just sad. But I do appreciate you and everything you've done. And I do believe that it's the pressure that, came from you and, like I said, another person that blogs, one other person, you named them before, or you mentioned them before. Um, if it wasn't for you two, that the light wouldn't have been shed on this case as much as it has. Because you all completely, blew this up from YouTube to Facebook to Instagram, every social media platform it is,
Right.
and
I
brought a lot of awareness.
I have a
I'm,
question.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead.
You said that the aunt stated that she knew that the dude was a pedo and said that he deserved a second chance. So it's automatically safe to assume that dude has some type of addiction. Has anybody looked into the background, or what was the investigation done on the aunt? What is her background?
She was a monster too, but they ain't. I don't think they have got it into them yet. I don't know what they got on them. I know the cousin did a live or whatever. She had went on a platform and said that the auntie had touched her from ages 6 to 12, but I don't know if that allegedly it is gone to the detectives, but I don't know if that live went to the detectives. So
Okay. Because it could be that this monster, I don't want to say man, this monster was being fed these children.
Yeah, he was. Thank you. That's it. I don't need to say no more, bro, because I said it. He was feeding the kids. She was feeding him the kids. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
So there has to be a little bit more digging that has to be done, that has to come up to check and see what the character is of this aunt. Because there ain't no way. There's no way that a man should be able to do anything to any one of you ladies,
Mel,
nieces,
come back.
daughters, or anything, and him have to worry about a goddamn trial.
That's why I said, what's their charges? So y'all, just so y'all know, allegedly that you know, bro is basically saying he's an attorney, but he's not saying, hey, this is factual, but he's saying the homicide and premeditated is two different things, so they could be charging. One of those is for the baby. And I think it's the premeditated based off the strength of him looking for antifreeze to unalive the baby. That's premeditated, correct?
Correct. And who's to even say that was done? You remember he got caught with a gun, kitchen knives. They said this, they found this in his car, they put it in there for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So what they're doing is speculating how many different ways he could have unalived her.
Mm-hmm.
But again, all of this is in the evidence.
Yeah. That's why I said, what kind of charges can are we looking to charge them at this point with some shit? Because it's too much. It's too much. It's been too much essay going on in the home, and she said he wasn't in the home, but how did he sleep with her all these times? How was he saying he was in the shower and on his way upstairs? You know, stuff like that.
You just know. It's as a parent, not just a mother, as a father too, as a parent, you know that the person around you energy isn't right. The only way that you will continue to allow that person to have that energy around anybody in your home is you have to share that same energy and accept it. All of you have had that situation when you have that, don't go with XYZ, don't go over to such and such house. Something about that person don't seem right with me. That's your natural intuition. That kicks in. So she knew.
Go ahead, bro.
She knew something. And it does come out that she was feeding him, she should be charged with accessory.
Yep. Let's go.
Not saying she'd be convicted of it, but now she's an accessory, especially if her and her mother are perjuring themselves. They're covering up.
Yep. And the judge even said that. Yeah, the judge even said that. So I'm saying, how the judge peep y'all line, and she calls it out to, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I said, do they gotta wait till the trial to start doing stuff like charges, or could it be they be working on that now before?
What they're probably, if they were smart, they would wait till the trial to come out and the testimonies to come out. Because then they can find mother and grandmother, or auntie and grandmother, guilty by their own admittance. Once they are implicated, by the assailant or by themselves with their own mouth, with their own testimonies, they could be charged on the spot.
Belinda said they stopped at the auto shop to pick up a water pump for the Jag, then went back because they forgot something. When you change a radiator or a water pump, don't you need antifreeze to fill it up?
Yeah, but you wouldn't be searching, you wouldn't be Google searching the amount of antifreeze you'll need to abort a baby.
Hell, there ain't any amount. I mean, sheesh. You know we ain't even supposed to drink antifreeze. That's not. Let me play this for you, bro, real quick. Yeah, it did say that. Hey, sister. Hold on. What I do, Sean? What I do? What I do? What I do? Let me play this for you. Let me let you hear what she said. Hold on. I'm with you, bro, on this. I'm 100% with you. I can't never find stuff what I'm looking for. If I ain't looking for it, to be right there, bro. Just right there. But, oh my goodness. I want you to hear what she said, and then let me do this. I appreciate you, Latif, for real.
Not a problem. But I strongly believe that there's a lot more to this case than what's being presented.
Yeah.
See, I try not to focus too much on what's being said. I'm more interested in what's not being told. There's a lot of different pieces that kept being mentioned. Hotel being one, car shop being the other. Most of the cases in the U.S. when they're having trafficking cases happens in the meeting points and meeting spots and pickup locations are always at different hotels.
That's all I've been saying. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. What's the name? Oh, okay. Hey, sis. What, Sean? Real quick. What's the name of that? What was the name that the Kim Worthy thing was under?
What do you mean?
The name, like the title of the live. You remember you just gave me a name?
Oh, wait a minute. Shucks.
He did, Mocha. Thank you, Mocha.
Let me think for a second.
Yeah.
Hello, handsome. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How you? And thank
I'm
you
good.
so much.
I just woke up.
Thank
you.
She had to throw that in there, though, didn't she?
Absolutely. I'm always a lady, baby.
So one quick thing. One quick thing. How I said about the things that's not being spoken, there's a lot of truth behind that. Why don't somebody look up the census of how many young black girls come up missing during this time frame?
That's what I said too, bro. I mentioned that on one of my lives. I did. That's what I said. Because it was a news clip that actually came out at the time that I was watching started getting into it. And the news guy was like, that was at the river, and he mentioned 3 names. But he's like, let's focus on Isaiah right now. And I was like, why did he mention?
Well, because there are probably about 20, from what I heard, in the area during that time frame. So he's the pawn. They're trying to use him to bring out the bigger people, but he's going to get hit with his. Remember, there's a lot of truth that's not being spoken of.
Yeah. What's going on, sister?
Did you hear me?
I'm hearing you now. I'm sorry.
No, I said I'm looking. I'm looking.
Okay.
I was thinking about.
That was 5 months ago. That wasn't that long. I can't find it for nothing now, bro. I really need to get it together, Latif. I'm not together. I don't know why.
So at this time, if you live in that area, if you can't bring your kids to school or wherever they need to go, send them in the Uber.
What you mean, bro?
Meaning, hold your kids close. Don't let them go outside. Not like that.
Mm-hmm.
If they have 20, 30, 40 missing children around the same age in a particular area, there's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
There's a problem with that area that's being overlooked. And then you'll be surprised how deep that rabbit hole goes, because it's all getting swept under the rug.
Yeah, it is true. You ain't lying right there. You ain't tell one. You ain't tell one.
I didn't want to say that on my stream, but yeah, that's a real thing.
Mel said, she said this could possibly be a RICO?
More than that. You're thinking surface with RICO.
Mm-hmm.
It's deeper than that.
I'm thinking too. I said that. I said this. I said I think it's deeper than what we expecting. You know what I'm saying? I just said that, like, I don't know if it was the last one I did or the one before that, but I did say, I was like, I think this is bigger than. I said I think we're all gonna be shocked. I think we're gonna be shocked than what we're expecting, because we're expecting this to come out and this to happen. But I said I think it's just gonna be bigger, and our minds are gonna be blown.
So
she said, Mocha said, what about King? Can he get charged for also being last seen with her on the day she went missing and never reporting it? And he was at the shop. The partner.
I know he will be if he hasn't been investigated already. But depending on the situation, they can charge him, but it's not guaranteed to stick.
She said, do you think he may use Naziah's body to plead with for lesser time? Is this possible in this case if he tells where he placed her for less time?
They could promise him that. And the tactic that they were using is, let's put this family to rest. Let's at least give them this. Or explain to them, this is what you're looking at. This is what you're facing. This is the time that you're going to get. You're going to get this time regardless. But to clear your soul, to clear your conscience, so this way you can be an incarcerated free man and not have this resting on you. Let's do this for the family. Remember, this is also the family of your children. Everybody's hurting behind this. But they're really going to say is, Where did you drop them? Who picked them up? Things like that. With the amount of people that's coming up, young people, young girls that's coming up missing from this area, it's either he's serial or it's not a one-man job. Remember, the cameras from the hotel not working at this time for some reason. You see how all the little pieces start to connect, like the puzzle? I think it's bigger than him, and they targeted him to use to do this because he gets to feed his own addiction at the same time. I'm trying not to say what I really want to say.
Say it, bro. Go ahead. I ain't monetized.
I know that it'll trigger things. It'll trigger outside sources.
Sister, you fell down?
It's dangerous to know too much.
Yeah.
About too many people.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And I wouldn't do that to myself or to anybody in here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. 100. You ain't even got to say nothing else. I agree with that theory 100%. Look, bro, they took that Uber thing serious. They was like, Uber, no. Uber's not safe. Uber, no. Don't trust
Right. I was just using that as an example.
Yes, I knew. They was like, no. Belinda was like, I don't know what he's talking about. No. They was like, no, Uber's not safe. Uber. She said, in Jarvison's King's gonna take a hit. Okay, there goes sister. And look, sister, I know. Did you send me the video? Am I tripping, or did I just find it?
No, we both found it. It was the night that you, oh boy, and I stayed up all night. Oh wait, let me. Okay, my bad. It was the night that you, oh boy, and I did that all-nighter when we found the video of Kim Worthy announcing that more arrests would be coming. So if you can find that, because I can't find it.
Okay.
You know,
Alicia, girl, how you find me, Alicia? Go ahead, sister. I'm sorry.
You know, I do so much crafting that I watch a lot of that stuff in between your lives. So I would have to do such a deep dive in order to find it, and I can't right now. Girl, I can't even see straight right now. I just woke up. I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't even know she was going live. Like, I had no idea.
So you think that with his partner was there with her last two and then reported, he can be charged?
Yes. Along with a whole bunch of others.
What was your question, sis?
I have something that I need somebody to look up. I have something that I need somebody to look up, and this is, you can find it, okay? Because it's out there. How many reports to the police prior to this case was made and reported to CPS? And how many investigations did the department do on said reports?
Didn't I just say it, sis? Didn't I just say it? Y'all remember when me, you, and it was me, you, and oh boy, is that the one I did? And I said I wonder how many cases that hasn't been, like, how many cases that they overlooked, overlooked when it comes. I just said that, bro. Everything you saying, thank you, bro.
Yeah, and it is. So they did just give that number, or alluded to it anyway. When they said that CPS or DPD was admitting that they fumbled the ball. They fumbled the case.
Mhm.
Remember when they talked to the what was that, the sergeant?
Mhm.
And excuse me, they were speaking to a few different Caucasian men. I'll put it that way.
Mhm.
And they were admitting that a lot was done wrong, and one of them were even in uniform. He was even in uniform, and so in that live right there, or in that piece, they admitted that those numbers were given. Is what I was saying. Y'all got to give me a minute. Let me wake up. Shoot.
Kenya said in the last 2 years, 2023 and 2024, Detroit police saw an increase in missing person reports with 3,103 reports made in 2024, up from 2,629 in 2023.
Sounds about right. Mm-hmm.
So these are conversations, and these are type of things that a lot of people aren't ready for. Not saying anybody in here, just in general. Because those numbers alone are alarming. And that's just there. We're not even talking about what's going on all over the country.
I said it too. I'm glad you brought that up, Latif, because I definitely just said that same thing you said. It was just like, what? She said not to mention the black market on selling babies. Mm-hmm. Carla.
My goodness.
Yeah, Kim working. Oh boy, bruh, drop down. Just put in the chat which live was that again. I thought I saved it, bruh. Damn, I'm mad.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't know. She said I keep telling
I don't
sis.
want to shift it to anything political at all.
What do you think? Oh
But
yeah, you did tell me we should.
what do you think all this border patrol, border control, lockdown stuff is?
Comment. Speak on it. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, really give it some thought.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think all this border patrol and border control lockdown mess is going on now? And having different countries and everything blacklisted where you can't fly into or fly out of. You think that's about Mexicans working? Undocumented? Doing jobs that people here actually don't want to do and won't do? It has nothing to do with that.
Miss Lisa, are you talking about Life 360? That's the app that tells your location at all times?
Yeah, Lisa said let y'all know that
Yes.
it's an app. Yeah, the 360 app where it lets you know your kid's location all the time. So she told me to let everyone know that.
Yeah.
Life 360. Life 360 is great for that. I use that with my own kids, but now everybody got iPhones. I have them in Find My with their location. So that and they can never turn it off. Even if your phone's dead or turned off, I can still find you.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody need that. Everybody need that. Everybody. So, bro, what you feel about him having? This is how bad they fumbled the ball. He had He got out of 10 years. He did 10 years for messing with a young child. He did 10 years. Got out, started being a monster. He has multiple gun charges. And also he has other complaints of sexual assault before this case ever came through.
Absolutely.
He has 10 years. Multiple. This is the same dude that just got.
Yeah, Jarvis Butts, with this case with the 13-year-old, he did 10 years for messing with a child. I don't know how old she was because everybody all over the place with it.
She was 4 years old.
She was 4. He gave the baby an STD.
Yeah.
So he did 10 years, got out, got multiple gun charges, and had 2 other SA cases before the disappearance of this young lady.
That's I.
And if y'all can't tell me there ain't nothing trafficking going on up there, can't nobody tell me, bruh. Look, January the 9th, the day she went missing, he went to court, bruh. He went to court. He told the people, I got other legal obligations I got to go take care of, and can we reschedule till February 7th? They say yes. And on that same day, this young girl comes up missing.
What about the one that was reported 2 days before her?
Which one?
You mean 2 years?
2 days before her disappearance.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, so 2 days before her disappearance?
Yes.
I'm not aware.
No. I don't think it was nothing 2 days before, not that we've heard of yet.
Give me a couple of seconds and I'll get you a name of 20. And I'll get you the name of the one that was 2 days beforehand. That was reported. Before her disappearance. Broaden your perspective. Broaden your search. Don't just look into what they're showing you. Because again, he's not the big fish. He's a pawn.
I know that's right. Better believe it.
Wait, bro. Tell me this, bro. So they worked at one auto shop, correct? Owned by a guy named Frank. Frank had other workers in here, and guess what? This is where some of the kids, the 9-year-old testified that 3 incidents of them being in there. This is what she said. Let me read it to you, what she said happened in the shop. And you mean to tell me all them grown men in there, nobody said, what's going on? Hey, what are you doing in here with these kids? You know what I'm saying? 3. This is 3 different occasions. 3. And I'm going to read to you just what the 9-year-old testified. Hold on. Okay. She said, Butts 42 was naked and Isaiah was sitting on his lap. Her pants was on the floor. That's the first occasion. The girl said Butts had sex with her other cousin, which is his daughter, allegedly, on a second occasion, and tried to have sex with her on a third occasion, but she said no and asked him to take her home. She was 7 at the time.
And don't forget what the prosecutor said in his closing argument. The type of essay that was happening.
Yep. Let me tell run the back.
I'm
look in the back chat, bro. I just put it. I typed what it was.
I figured.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they went from a second to the first degree essay.
Yes. And I figured because the hymen wasn't broken that way. If I'm saying it correct.
Stop playing. Stop playing. Look at there.
And the brother, look, her brother did a interview on his first interview. He said when the interviewer said that they did research and the guys up there at the shop had the same had the same charges as him, pedo charges. Come on, bro. Come on. I said, y'all don't
Now,
think that was... Go ahead, bro.
if they've been charged with this, then that means that they should be monitored or reporting to somebody.
They said he wasn't on the pedophile list for like the sex offender registry for years. After getting out of prison, he wasn't on the list for years. So you tell me, and look, she said, so are you saying, are these registered offenders working with the laws as informants, giving up other individuals to keep getting free or lesser time? I mean, I don't know. I just know he didn't register. She said, can you repeat what you just said, bro?
I'm trying to clean it.
No, say it.
When a young woman has lost her virginity and the mother has brought her to the hospital to get that check to see if they lost her virginity, if they do a rape kit, they're actually checking for damage, for bruises, and if her hymen has been broken. There's only two ways that incidents won't occur, which is oral or anal. There's no way to check for that.
Unfortunately, with Naziah, it was all of them because she was pregnant.
Right.
And here's another thing, sis. I found out from my son in some of the videos that she was doing this move with her hands up to her mouth. That's what that meant. If you understand what I mean.
Mm.
The O. That's what that meant. The thumb would be under her chin. The pointer finger would be over her top lip. And I'll let your imagination do the rest. Or you can go back and look at her TikToks.
You ready for this? I'm gonna read off a few names to y'all. See if these ring a bell. Shannon Collins, Jesse Farber, Daniel Moses. There's a Finding Matthew. Richard something. Then Richard was Naziah. No, Richard was after Naziah, December 21st. December 22nd was Richard. December 13th, Priscilla. November 13th. No, this was Kalisha Madden. Christy Crampton, Michigan Weeks. Another Finding Matthews, Daniel Moses. Missing Jesse Farber. Somebody Hawkins, Emma Bum, Jason Landry, Donald Hannicutt, Kyle Mosier, Katie Bob. This is January 19th. Richard Johnson, December. Jared McCulloch, Chadwick Carr, Caitlin Ledbetter, Michael Fustel, Bethany Markowski, the Hawkins brothers, Emma Bum. Yeah, there's a bunch.
My God.
And these are all from the same area.
I'm
looking at the list.
That is so jarring. It really is. And that's just in that area.
Yes.
What's the ages, bro?
Well, these are all kids.
Mm.
I have the timestamp when it was reported.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
That's my answer.
I figured that's the ballpark
Yeah,
due
that's
to
my answer.
the nature of what we're talking about. Yeah.
I ain't even got to think about nothing else, bro. Thank you.
My gosh.
I been said it. Ain't I been on that Sean though about the.
Absolutely.
I have. I just couldn't shake it.
Like you've been saying, he cannot be the only one. Vari may have lied about a lot of things, but nobody thought he was lying about that.
How long has this gentleman that's getting ready to go to trial now, how long has he been out?
Before he got locked up, he's been out since 2015. Before last year, February 7th of last year.
So he came home to 2015.
Yes.
10 years.
Yes.
Didn't they have a pedo list since before 2015? Why is he not on the list?
Exactly.
Why is he not registered?
Exactly.
That's one of the fumbles. That's one of the fumbles
that they said. That's what they're taking credit for, that they fumbled that.
You know, unfortunately, and I say this all the time, I say this about many different issues, but this being, of course, undoubtedly the most important, it always takes a catastrophe for someone, the politicians, those in charge, the lawmakers, to say, we've got to do more. This wasn't done right.
I actually have my sexy assistant up right now, looking up all this stuff for me that I'm asking her to research, and having her research it as well. That's how I'm getting the information. That's how I'm getting everything pulled.
Okay.
Not sexy assistant.
Yes, that's what he said. I picked that right up when he put it down. I picked it right up. Like, oh, okay. And I look, I just sat that right there. Bam. All right. and clutched my pearls. Yes, I did.
Now, the numbers that I just gave you, that was just from last year in that area. If we go back 10 years, there's probably hundreds.
Absolutely. Especially in these border states.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
My gosh. Because
What
New
is
York is
Detroit known for besides Motown? What is Detroit known for?
The Motor City. It was the Motor City, wasn't it?
The Motor City. Mm-hmm. What just happened with Canada? What tariffs happened with Canada and they shutting down this business is what?
Parts, right?
Mm-hmm. And steel.
Yeah. Yeah. That affected Buffalo as well.
Mm-hmm.
What did?
Shutting down
with Canada. Shutting down the thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if they shut down the trade between Canada and the US, and it's primarily car parts, just like the rest of them come from Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That means there's no big tractor trailers with car parts and metals and steel and cars going back and forth, correct?
So what's on them? I follow you.
And I did do my news video on my morning show, and it was a black guy down on the highway. I think it was in going Mississippi, going to Alabama or something. And he said he seen a bunch of kids in the back of a truck, and he followed it for miles. I mean miles. And when they pulled it over, it was kids in the back of the 18-wheeler. They had 18 kids in the back of a 18-wheeler, a Coca-Cola truck. on my news clip I did, and it was also down in Texas. It was a 18-wheeler full of disfigured bodies of all children under the age of 10.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Brought into perspective. This might be deeper than it actually has to be.
Oh my God.
So, bro, look, y'all got to think. It was over 100. It was hundreds of bodies. Y'all right? Correct? Listen, over 100 bodies. Y'all Google it. Down in the truck. It was on the border of Mexico and Texas. And why was it black bags full of dismembered children?
Because they had already done with them.
And look,
what they
the
wanted.
the woman that called the people to do the truck, they on a live to ass. Who
Oh
on
my
live?
God.
Yeah, I seen that.
Who knew? Yeah, who knew she even called? So don't tell me it ain't bigger than what y'all be thinking. Oh, Miss Parker just making that up about trafficking. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm absolutely not. Because if she called, bro, if you this thing, you're enforcement. You're the law enforcement. How did whoever did that with that truck and them children know who the fuck called? How?
Well, the
Yes,
thing is,
Latanya. Harvesting.
this is how they know who called. She was a part of something that she didn't know what she was a part of. When she realized what it was, when she went outside and heard it, smelt it, seen it, she made the call.
Mm-hmm. And I know for a fact that in that kind of situation, people know certain stuff. And they do that strategically so that if you open your mouth or if a certain type of information is given, they know where it came from. For the lack of a better phrase, what department it came from. Because only that department worked with this, that, or the other thing. And I believe that's how they narrow it down as to who did what or who said what. Not to mention the fact that this trafficking thing, this harvesting thing, goes way beyond our imagination. Like, it goes to the top of the totem pole.
Oh.
If I was a defense, if I was sitting in as a defense attorney, okay, and I know that after the evidence have been suppressed, I cannot come forth with more evidence. And there's something that I want the DA to bring up so this way I can answer to help my client. I'd pass the information along to a confidential informant, preferably somebody that I represented that's already locked up. By mistake, tell him. He, in turn, has already heard something about this case. What he's going to do is contact the DA. Tell the DA, I got some information. I need a year. I need 2 years off my time, and I'll give it to you. They're going to agree. They're going to give them information about my client. This DA, in fact, now is going to bring this in, going to introduce it to the court because I can't. That same information, the seed that I just planted, I can use that for my client's defense. What I'm saying is this. This is what these people, this is the game that they're playing. And there's everybody's involved.
Mm-hmm.
The whole time, people are going to look at my client, the defendant. They're going to look at the snitch. They're not going to look at the DA, the attorney, the judge.
Exactly.
They're not going to look at none of that.
Exactly.
That's how I will play puppet master in a courtroom. In a real life setting, I do it the same way. This way, I can control the narrative. If I control the narrative, I control what information is being put out. I would redirect your focus. They want you to focus on this girl and this dude. What are they going to distract you from?
Exactly.
Because they're going to interview the lunch lady at the school. They're going to interview her teachers. They're going to interview the principal. They're going to interview the people that he worked with. They're going to interview. They're going to investigate them. What about the hotels that he's staying at? The owners of these hotels.
My God.
What about the owner of the shop that he works at?
Yes. Yes.
What about the trucking companies that have these big trucks coming to these hotels every 2 weeks to collect? Nobody's going to look at them.
Remember how, sis, I would speak about deflection and distraction?
Mm-hmm.
Don't look over there. Look at the shiny thing over here. Remember I said that?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was referring to. Look at the shiny thing over here.
Everything that glitters is not gold. Even rust will shine bright under the right light.
Mm.
Yeah. This case did not happen the way that it did. No, not this case. Granny Monster does not have 40 years of history. That family does not have the curse that it does, just in her household, without this kind of thing being as prevalent as it is. It goes beyond her household, is my point.
Look, bro, I'm sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's so embedded in the fabric of our country that it's disgusting. It's embedded. It's infested. Go ahead, sis.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit's finest said in December 2024, they busted an international human trafficking ring here in Detroit.
Oh, yeah.
And then you just read all them names in
Yeah.
December of 2024, bro.
That's from 2024 up until last week.
Yeah. I think it was right before Christmas. They were all up and down. Law enforcement was all up and down the East Coast. They broke up one in PA. They broke up one in Jersey. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Hi, Nikki.
And these were underage girls. And they were using the girls to draw in, as the puppy in the window. I want that.
She said, are there any CCTV footage? We all leave a digital print.
I'm sure that there are.
What is that? What is that?
Closed caption TV.
Around the city. You know how they say Big Brother's always watching?
Mm-hmm.
But they'll
remember
only let us
on that situation I was talking about earlier, when the very first questions I asked was with the young lady that they found today, one of the questions that I asked was, where's the camera footage? I said somebody has to have a ring camera or something. The neighbor, the street cams, there has to be footage.
Yeah. Because it's awfully ironic how they can get all the speed chases on camera. They can track that these delivery companies are on this street, that street. They can see it when a crime is committed, is my point. Not just because it's in the trucks themselves, but when a crime is committed. We can always see it. But when something is happening in this industry, We need y'all help.
These cameras can be wiped, and the
Yeah.
easiest and safest and fastest way to wipe these cameras is just reboot them, because you already have a time set.
Yeah.
You're guiding these trucks in. You know when they're coming in. You know where they're going.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me now what? Run a red light. Drive by that hotel and run a red light. I bet you can take a picture of you. You get a ticket in the mail.
Exactly. That's my point. That's my point. They could track everything else. And it's always in the quote unquote low income neighborhoods.
Right, Almighty. Girl. Look, Almighty said they catch me speeding when I come to the D.
Exactly. And it's all strategic.
Right, Mocha, right.
It's all strategic. Because they think we don't care.
And please forgive me for saying this, but I have to call it how they see it, not how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a business.
Mm-hmm.
It's a well-oiled, well-defined machine business that's being ran.
Absolutely.
Well, look at Abercrombie and Fitch. Now, who the hell were the kids that they traffic? Oh, I'll wait.
They're protecting their investment.
Yeah. Yeah.
How is it that your city's too broke to rebuild a park or a playground or put basketball hoops back up? But yet they're running $5, $10, $20 million elections for a common council, for a city legislator. Where do you think that money's coming from?
Absolutely. Those lobbyists are real. And we'd rather your children be walking around aimlessly than doing something positive in a controlled environment. Because we can't penetrate that controlled environment. Because someone's watching us, watching y'all. So we won't rebuild. We won't fix. We won't allow y'all to enclose. We want your babies wandering around.
Bro,
I'm not.
Bring the back chat real quick. Mushy, we're talking about it because it's important, because it makes sense. If you've been following the case like I have, because I don't know, maybe you just start following me or whatever, but I've been saying this from day one. Everything he's talking about, I've been saying it since day one of me starting the Naziah Harris case. So how is he steering away from Naziah when you got to put everything on the table? There's no Naziah. Y'all, we can go with the alligators that I don't know nothing about. We can go with that. And is that gonna throw us off? Yeah, alligators. No, this matters. That's our problem. We don't put everything on the table. There's no Naziah. There's no baby. So you tell me, we're gonna so I gotta go with your theory and say, Water, your theory is and he's not a police officer, he's a lawyer, and that's what we need. And thank God he's taking the time out to even answer questions, because we just be speculating. I do. Well, not just speculating. I give my thoughts, but I call it speculating. But I give my thoughts, and this is what happens when you give your thoughts. You come up, you put a lot of stuff on the table. Where could this baby go? And if you go back, Mushy, even further, if you go to 7 Mile Radio from the beginning a year ago, Janella and Kiwana definitely said trafficking. They hope that they look up in Ohio area, because it's trafficking. They brought up trafficking. They didn't say that's what happened. So I guess they, with their own cousin, they threw that out there too. They didn't say that's what happened, but they threw it out there too. So I don't know. I go with my theories over here. I go with my theory. Y'all go with Charles. I ain't saying you wrong, Mushy, but he's not police. He's not.
Yes, Mushy, what I'm going to say is this, and this is no disrespect to to Nazia's family or her friends, anybody that cares for her, anything like that.
Hey, hold on, B.
Nazia is one person. Hopefully, with God's good grace, she's going to be the catalyst that's going to stop this from continuing to happen. But if something doesn't, if we don't look at the bigger picture and stop and do whatever we can to stop and prevent the bigger picture from happening, there are going to be 30 more Nazias by June.
Make another comment, Boucher, my baby.
That's right.
My baby. You know what gets me? This is why we as Black people and be going, dang, because Black just said something. Let me read what she said. I'm gonna go back for mushy.
And in order to fix,
hold on, sis. Let me go back for mushy. She said,
oh, I thought you were looking for it.
She said, why is it that our children don't get high profile also? Is it because our organs are worth too much on the black market? So it's not taken away. These are all, everything should be put on the table. We have a girl that's 13 and just disappeared off the planet of the earth. Just disappeared. Just vanished. And don't nobody know anything.
That's right.
Anything. We won't know till trial if something happened, but y'all didn't hear the numbers that he gave. In the numbers, he said, just like it was me, old boy, and Sean up on this panel. And I specifically said, either it was me and Sean, and I said, dang, I wonder how many kids have been missing around that time she did. Like, I just wonder what other cases have been. I don't even know if it was just private conversation. I said, I just wonder how many other cases he's pushed to the side. You know what I'm saying? They've pushed to the side. You know what I'm saying? For this, because for the detective that went up to that school and he said he was retiring and he threw it in a desk, was it supposed to get rid of, or how many cases have y'all done like this? How many cases have y'all honestly done like this, and for the purpose of it being something more than what we think? But hey, who am I? Hey, go ahead, bro.
No, it's just.
No, you're right. You're right, because the fact of the matter is, you can have a toothache, and if all you do, you can have a cavity, but if all you do is pull the tooth, I guarantee you, in a minute, the pain will resurface. Why? Because it's deep seated. It goes further than just on the surface. Nazia is the surface. It was long before her, and if we don't do something about it, it'll be long after her. So that's why we're deep diving like this.
There's a theory called the fruit of a poisonous tree. I never pay attention to that fruit. I don't pay attention to the tree. I don't pay attention to the branches. I don't pay attention to the roots. I don't even pay attention to the seeds. I investigate and look at the hands that planted that seed.
All right now.
Yes, Shannon.
Because if it's coming from a spoiled place, everything that comes from that is going to be spoiled.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So please, I just encourage everybody to look at the bigger picture of everything that you presented. We all have our opinions. We all formulate our opinions differently. And that's okay. We're entitled to that. But don't be blindsided by what's really going on until that day you run inside the gas station and leave your baby in the car and come back and your baby's gone.
Speak on it.
Don't let it hit you then.
Speak on it.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of crying the same tears for the same things.
All right now.
And hopefully y'all tired too. But we're going to continue to cry the same tears unless we step up, stand up, and protect our own by any means and any way possible.
She did, Denise. I like what Chevy said. Because the judge even said this. She said Nazia is a wake-up call.
Mm-hmm.
Don't think for a second, Mushy, at Frank's, an auto shop. where you got to go back 2 years, not stick to the 13. Go back when that little girl was 7 years old in the shop with all these grown ass men. And you mean to tell me? And guess what Jarvis said? Go back and read what Jarvis said to the detectives in the interrogation room. He said, well, they got to do some work to get paid. Now they call us prostitutes if we was grown, correct?
Absolutely.
Prostitution is a business. And most time with prostitutes, it's a pimp. Correct?
The oldest business in the country.
So when it comes to these kids being in this auto shop, to me, and I told my people this, I said, these are my thoughts, but I said, I'm seeing sex trafficking. I said, and everybody say she's the madam, allegedly. It's allegedly, but I'm just saying, I'm going with sex trafficking, allegedly. Those are my thoughts, because I said money's being passed. Any money exchange is what?
A transaction.
The transaction.
And these are kids, so what the kids doing with the money? Come on, bro, y'all. Come on, like, let's stop. Let's stop. But if I said the alligators, talk about alligators, people being here, oh yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, they're throwing the real. You know what I'm saying? I don't be on that theory, because ain't nobody said nothing about no alligators or nothing. But we could tell a lie. You know what I'm saying? We quick to go with lies versus truth and facts that's out here. And where's all these other kids then, Mushy? Please, I'm just asking. Where's all these other kids that he just named? It's just one person out there picking up the kids. One person got all of these kids at this one time. I'll wait. I'll honestly wait. I always look at it like that. I tell my kids, I like how you broke it down, bro, about the statistics. Like, pay attention to your area and the missing kids in your area at one time. And the ages matter too.
That's right.
Look what he said. They're all young. They're all young. Our kids go young. It used to be older. Think about it. It used to be now it's a certain age. It matters. She definitely opened up Pandora's box.
Yes. And it's definitely going to be, justice will be served for desire. That's coming without a fact. That's coming without question. That's a pure fact. But justice is going to be served for Nasiah, but it's going to be justice for a lot more than just Nasiah.
Come on. Yeah. If it wasn't for Nasiah, a 9-year-old would have still been back there with his toes hanging out of mud. Let's just be honest, because that's how the mother did it. She didn't even feel like burning. She just threw a little dirt over him where his feet was hanging out of it. So that's not buried. And she moved hours and hours away, all the way to Georgia. I'm from Kentucky. It takes me 5 hours from Kentucky to Georgia. And Detroit is like 8 to 10 hours away. So they got to come past us to go to Georgia. So you do the math on what she did. But guess what? They found her. They found him. See what I'm saying? It's opening up for different stuff. It is. This is a wake up for a lot of stuff.
I said Nasiah was going to be
that baby. Ain't nobody. Come on, Latif. The boy wasn't going to school. The mama been gone. You get what I'm saying? So we don't know what's really happening with these children. We don't know what's happening. But I know it opened my eyes in my community for my grandkids for me to talk to my children.
Hey, Mushy, what I'm doing is I'm not deflecting. Mushy, I'm not deflecting. I'm not giving answers to deflect against anything.
You ain't got to worry about it.
It's just that in the beginning of the live, we've actually went through that, broke the case down to the best of our ability to what the information and facts that we actually have. So it's not about deflecting. What happened to her is horrendous. What happened to her is heartbreaking. What happened to her, those are involved, not just the 1 or 2, but the 15 people that has something to do with it, needs to be brought up, and convicted of these charges. So it's not a deflection. but I'm only going off of facts.
I almost got much.
Facts that I have seen in paperwork.
Look
So
right here, bro.
I'm not deflecting. I'm sorry.
You ain't got to explain, bro. You on point. You don't got to explain to if Mushy don't like what we talking about. Mushy got to go somewhere where that's this. What I tell y'all. I'm gonna say it one more time, and after this, moderators, y'all I'm telling my moderators right now. If anybody that comes in here don't like what the panelists is saying, block. I'll get to it later, but block them. Because I tell y'all all the time, if y'all don't like a conversation, it ain't what y'all want to hear. It is a content creator on this app. It is millions and millions of content creators on YouTube where you come and you disrupt and you want to paint the picture that you want. If you don't want to add trafficking or hear about what Nazai, we could take this conversation however I want to on my platform. Don't come here telling me shit. I'm sick of this. Don't come here telling you ain't got to explain nothing. We're having a conversation. It's a Miss Parker. Miss Parker. It don't say Mushy Parker or Mushy. It says Miss Parker. So if Mushy don't like the conversation, go on. I don't know how many times to tell people that if this is not a conversation for you, why are you here? Why do y'all leave a comment? Why do y'all want to be around where it's a conversation that you feel like ain't comfortable or ain't right for you? I move around. I don't stick around. I don't. I move around. But you want to be over it so bad just to, you know what I'm saying, just to chime in and think you're going to run. No. Bruh, go ahead with what you was talking about.
Yeah, what I'm just trying to do is make sure that I'm giving out the right context. I'm trying to make sure that I'm relaying the right context to the contents of the situation, of the case, of what's happening. I just want you to broaden your perspective to it. That's all.
Look at this right here, bro. That's where I was. Y'all remember this? On the screen, the comment. This is why my mama didn't let us go nowhere. And we was in Kentucky.
That's right.
She made us watch this.
Absolutely.
My mother made us watch the Atlantic child murders. We didn't know what we was watching.
Yeah.
And that's when there was an infestation in the Black community when this was happening. Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Oh, it was all over. It was all over. It was all over. And I said that Naziah was going to be a legend. And this is why, because she woke it up.
Unfortunately,
Carla swear.
Unfortunately, Naziah's death would create more of an impact than her actual life did.
Absolutely.
Carmen, swear.
But what's happening to her story is going to be impactful. I just don't want, and I pray that this doesn't happen to anybody in here, anybody else, that their story won't be heard until it's driven by pain. I want to hear y'all shouting, cheering, applauding because y'all babies done graduated, because y'all babies done got a new job, but it isn't productive.
Mm-hmm.
The only way that we change the narrative of what's happening to us in our community with our people is we have to create this change. Again, no disrespect to Naziah's family, but what's happening there in that city, in that town, in that area is bigger than her and is going to continue to happen. There's nothing that anybody anywhere can say that can justify what happened to this young lady was right, because it wasn't. She was done wrong. She was harmed and hurt by a lot of people. She was molded by the people that she loved. We can't change that. We can't go back and turn back the hands of time and change what happened to her. But what we can do is create a ripple into what's going to happen to others like her next. Not saying move on from her. Not saying look past her. I'm saying is let's prevent any as much as we can. Even if it's just a little ripple. We even got to create a wave. But let's prevent this from happening from others.
Because we definitely need to start somewhere. Because this just can't keep happening. If it does, we won't have a generation in the future. The only reason why they'll allow us to keep having kids is for their own selfish needs. But it won't be so that our legacy grows. It'll be so that theirs do. Because statistically speaking, they believe that our Black babies are healthier, stronger than theirs. And that's why they use us.
Anybody that lives in the area that want to create a ripple, get a survey going to get a bill passed, a bill developed, and honor the desire to hold people responsible from doing these type of acts. That's a start.
I need your help to do that.
Okay.
Let me play this since we own it, bro. Listen to this. Thank you, Detroit. Thank you, Detroit's finest. Hold on. Let me play this. This is just today, bro. This is just today.
Had no idea pressure point massage therapy was an illicit business. Southfield police say that Rhonda Hahn has been in the massage industry for 25 years. She told investigators that her business started performing sex acts for money about 10 years ago.
Hahn was licensed by the state of Michigan. However, she did not have a valid license to conduct her operation in Southfield, as that license had expired.
Another female employee identified herself as a receptionist. She denied providing sexual services to clients.
However, the investigation revealed that she has an active social media account that is known to advertise sexual activity.
That woman has not been arrested yet, nor any clients. But the chief says more arrests and charges are possible.
We're going to go through records and things like that.
It said trafficking prostitution bust at a massage parlor in Southfield, a suburb in Detroit. So Mushy, come back, come here.
I know that's right.
No, let me cook, bro. Let me cook. Let me cook. Let me cook. It said they took the parlor. The parlor was, they was getting paid for services. And I think Jarvis Butt said to the detectives, he was paying the girl for services. But it was somebody older that had to be in charge of the girls for the services rendered. Right? That's sex trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
It's not prostitution because these are children. Somebody was getting paid for these children to go get paid. Mushy.
Mm.
That's how it starts. And that's how it becomes a sex trafficking ring. Thank you, Detroit's finest, for that clip. That happened right there in Detroit. They said more arrests to be made because they don't know who is going in there in that parlor. What age group is going in this parlor? Correct? So these conversations are very much needed. See, this is why this is why our Black kids go swept under the rug. Because it's somebody like that want to stay stuck. See, I need everything put on the table. I need everybody and everything put on the table. What y'all think could happen? We can put the alligators on the table. Fuck it. But for somebody to be so ignorant and stay so stuck, this is why when our black kids go missing, this is why we gotta find out. Most of these things, if it wasn't for Roxy, as much as I hate it, if she didn't wake it up, we wouldn't have known about Naziah. Because guess what? It would have been swept under the rug. They would have probably paid the family a little something, swept under the rug, on to the next story. When he just named, how many names did bro name up here? I couldn't even look. I got Richard. I ain't even spelling names right. Priscilla, Christy, Danielle Moses.
There's about 20 of them. But here's the question.
I was trying to write them down quick, bro. You see what I'm saying? Where are they? Why we haven't heard about them, bro? Why haven't I heard about them until you just said it? Since Mushy wants to know, we wouldn't have heard about Naziah if Roxy didn't wake it up. We wouldn't have heard about it. She would have just been another one of these damn kids. So don't come here with that. Oh, he's deflecting. No, he's putting out facts and he's waking us up on some real shit. These are real grown conversations that need to be had. Because Naziah would have been on this list had Roxy now went and woke the city up. Just point blank, period. Go ahead, bro.
Here's a question. How long, because I just told that Naziah's death was never even investigated, but how long before the death happened that the investigation come? 1 and 2, whatever came of the reports that was already submitted, that was reported on Naziah's behalf 20 months before she was unalived.
Yeah.
20 months, almost 2 years prior.
That's a fact.
What happened within those 2 years? Who heard her?
Nobody important.
Who was it reported to? Why nothing was done? Why wasn't an investigation done then?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. You got to think outside the box because that's where it's happening.
Yeah. I never like to point the fingers at anybody of why certain things happen. I like to take accountability for anything that I have not done or cannot do, didn't take the time to do, and could not control. I like to take responsibility for that because I'm like, what could I have done? I hold myself accountable. I don't look to point my fingers at anybody else. Even though these are things that I know that I didn't do, nor would I do. But have I done enough to prevent this from happening? I'm a father for real in real life.
No, that's right.
So it makes me question myself. I'm up now because I just took my daughter from the airport and I haven't gone to bed yet because my son's driving home from college. Until I know where my babies are, I don't sleep.
I know that's right, bro. I know that's right.
I know
that's right.
Before I took the bar, I was a man, a black man.
Start there.
After I retire, I'm going to be an even better man. So I'm a father first. I know how to defend myself in court if anything happens to my baby. Any of them. And I will happily take whatever I get for defending mine with a smile on my face.
Mm-hmm.
And that's if I don't get away with it.
I know that's right. Speak. Oh.
Go on, cook.
Okay.
So with all these apps, the Find Me app on iPhones and Life 360, I don't use those apps to protect my children. I use those apps to protect these sick motherfuckers running around that might run into my children. It's for their protection.
Say it.
I'm built just a little bit differently.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Mm. That's what I'm talking about. And it's crazy. As soon as our black men start to talk, it's a problem. But that's the problem. We don't have the brothers speaking no more. You know what I'm saying? It's just the women.
And that's what you've been asking for, sis. I want some men to come and talk. Where the men at? Where the fathers at? Where the uncles and the brothers? Where y'all at? Come up here, talk to us. Yes, you have.
But we want to get somebody in here. Oh my God, he's deflecting. Oh my God. Oh my God, this part I thought we was talking about. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Wait,
There she go.
oh my God, like, go to sleep. Shit, it's 3 a.m. Go on.
There she goes. But listen, y'all, I want to give y'all something else to think about. Why is it that in the suburbs, the children, the school age, bus catching children get dropped off within eye view in the window, if not right in front of their home? Like that bus stops 5 times on one street. But in the quote unquote hood, the kids get dropped off at the corner. Oh, okay. Because we're less valued.
Yep, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We're less valued. They don't think we care. And unfortunately, some parents demonstrate that they don't for whatever reason. We're not going to go into that, but I'm just saying it's strategic. Pay attention. See, we spoke about it before that there used to be a time when our children were a little safer because there was the nosy old lady that got on all the kids' nerves because she was the nosy old lady.
Mm-hmm.
But she was actually the reason why our babies made it home safely. Or the reason why we could go knock on that door and say, "Is Sean over here? Tell that girl bring her butt home." Because we knew where to go. Because the nosy old lady was part of our village. But see, the powers that be have strategically fractured, just dismantled that village. And so many different tentacles that allowed that to happen. Oh, it's deep. It's deep. It's in the genres of music. It's in the clothing industry. It's so ridiculous. And like Lateef said, if we don't go beneath the surface, you won't, that itch will continue. You won't even satisfy the itch, let alone the infection. Hell, you won't even know that there is an infection. Y'all, we got to think deeper.
Mm.
Like seriously, we were on the phone all night last night till clock this morning. And what did I say, y'all? I'll be right back. I'm putting my baby on the bus.
Mm-hmm.
He right in front of my house. I don't care. Cars pass up and down past my house. And yes, I live in a suburb, but still. Like you literally can take a nap between the cars that come down my street this time of night. But be damn if a week ago I didn't see this big, bright, red van driving up my street. And when you live in this kind of neighborhood, you could put your finger on who that is that just rolled by because they're on their way to work. Because why? Because there's a pattern. When you live in this kind of neighborhood, there's a pattern. Well, that big, bright red van is not part of our pattern. So it stuck out to me. Lo and behold, I see on Facebook that there's a big, bright red van riding around with a padlock on the outside of the van, no windows. Be damned if I didn't describe that in my mind because that's what I saw. And so I went into that thread and gave my feedback that, yo, y'all, it's not just in the hood. Because I'm over here and I saw it. Because I was up with my sis and I saw it. Because I have my plant strategically, you saw it, sis. I have my plant strategically in my picture window where I can see out, but you can't see in. And so I can see the traffic. And I'm at the corner, so it's lit up. And this big bright speck is slowly riding up my street. Really? We have to think outside the box, y'all. It's necessary. It's vital. It's beyond necessary. It's vital. Stop having babies and giving them to people. Because ultimately, that's what we're doing. We're giving them away. If we don't pay attention, that's what you might as well call it. Why do you think now they give us the option that when we give birth, our babies can stay in our room with us? Because enough hospitals got tired of being sued because their babies were what? Disappearing with no accountability. No accountability. Go ahead, Latina.
Miss Parker, I absolutely love your platform. I've been here a couple times today, and you do bring forth a lot of knowledge and information about a lot of problems that's happening in different communities. Everybody's in here from someplace different. Okay. Maybe one day you can host a segment, and I will happily join on, where we can have some roundtable talks and try to collectively create a solution to some of these problems of what we can do. And each one of us will be held responsible and holding ourselves responsible in our own hearts to bring forth these solutions to our own communities. Because I don't expect for everybody to live in the same place. But let's have that roundtable conversation where we can collectively come up with solutions to some of these problems. We're already able to identify the problems.
Yeah.
Let's collectively create a solution.
Yeah. I'm down. Because we need to start having conversations. I told my chat the other day, me and Shawnee was sitting up here and I said, we kicked it, and I was like, when I had that conversation with them and stuff, I was like, we gotta have a conversation sometimes. Don't y'all get sick of crying? Don't y'all? I don't want to leave. I don't want y'all leaving the chat tonight drained. My head hurts, Miss Park. I gotta go. It's too much. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a real conversation, and everybody can't have real dialogue, and it's okay. We just, I'm not your cup of tea. You know what I'm saying? And I told you that. I don't like half and half. Guess what? I don't drink it.
I know that's right.
I like certain creams. I don't like the Irish cream. I like hazelnut. So I don't drink it. I don't use it.
That's right.
If this conversation not for you means you're not about change. So you are one of those is why our communities are stuck in failing. Nobody's looking for the red van that's not in the routine. When we wake up, we know we've been in the neighborhood long enough to know Dale and Betty's great go to work at 7. this person don't go work till third shift, so I can make sure that Dale and Betty's houses, you know what I'm saying, I can watch out if I see a strange car just sitting in their driveway in front of their home, knowing they work third shift.
Come on now.
Y'all get what I'm saying? It ain't even no more neighborhood watch. Everybody's for themselves.
Ooh, if you don't get out of my head, that's what I was thinking. That's
Guess
one
what?
of
That's
the
one thing I
tools.
told Shank about my neighbors in Kentucky. They look out
Yes.
for me. Shank said, they always say, you up there with the white people. Guess what? The white people look out for me.
That's right.
And white people look out for me.
Yeah.
I like the old lady on the porch meddling.
Okay now.
You hear me? Rocking and telling me the business. I said, who? What you say, Miss Pauline?
That's right.
Whose house? Now I'm up. She woke me up to be alert that kids run around breaking glass and all of that. All just when you thought, I got you. Cause the old lady on the porch, cause we don't got those no more. Cause guess what the young generation's doing? Oh, meddling ass bitch, always in somebody's business.
Absolutely.
Rocking our house, messing up Miss Pearline's garden and shit. Miss Pearline getting scared now. Cause it's more violence. Cause we don't tell our kids, we don't correct our kids for cussing out Miss Pearline to keep your house safe. So when that ass come over and kick your door in and tear up your shit, guess what? Y'all let the kids run meddling ass Miss Pearline away.
Absolutely.
Okay? But everybody don't want to have them conversations.
Yeah, everybody's not ready for them.
Bro, tell me one. I ain't seen an old woman sitting on porch in years.
Period.
Because we too busy wanting to be our kids' friends and shit. Let our kids disrespect grown people.
Yeah.
Because how we talk with them and shit. I tell my kids all the time, I ain't y'all friend. What you say?
You better know it.
I love them. They can tell me anything. But it's a way they approach the conversation.
Absolutely.
I don't want to be my kids' friends because, see, they should have been born to somebody else. I had them, so they make it my children.
That's right.
But we don't want to do this. And then when black men have been shut down, like Shank Rock over talking about Naziah. You get what I'm saying? It took a whole new slew of people to come and listen. And I be looking, just like I look at y'all. I be everywhere. Watching who's doing what, how they moving. When he's over having a real conversation, I don't see 90%. But let us get on there scratching and telling our business, what's happening in me and his relationship. Oh, it'll be a full attendance.
That's right.
It'll be church in there, women lusting. Bitches coming out the clouds, can't wait. Here I am.
That's right.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What? Oh my God. But let us get in there. Let us get in there and talk about how, working on relationships, how imperfect, but we, finding ways. Won't find a soul in there. Won't find a soul. Finding a solution to Black relationships being better.
That's
what we
right.
can work on. Connecting, communication.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna see half of y'all. Even in my chat. I'm just being honest.
Showing up for all the wrong reasons.
They don't like it when I be honest, but it's just the truth. So as soon as a Black man come in here, because see, they killed all our Negro men off. Where Malcolm X? Where Martin Luther King? Al Sharpton done died as her 20 colors of shades of gray.
My God.
It done fucked him all the way up. Let me cook, sis.
My God.
And I keep going, damn, where's our Black man, Jesse Jackson? He done went to the White House and ain't nobody seen him come from the basement yet. But as soon as we get our Black attorneys, because don't we want that for our children? What you want to be? Now our kids just want to be rappers and shit, gamers, be in the house all day, talking to strangers, you know what I'm saying? Skin changing colors and shit, they pigmentations all off and shit, like start being weird. Come on, unalive it. The generations have changed. Just like the TVs in your home. No more floor models. You don't find a record player no more. Is the children, so are our communities. But it takes somebody like us that want to have real dialogue and change to change it and fix it and come up with a solution. And when this black man is sitting on my panel talking about real conversation, because maybe much shit could be your child. Yeah. I always say that about people that just come and say the most ignorant shit. It could be your child that one of these content creators will have to talk about.
Let's go.
And then you're gonna go down there and be like, oh my god, you're deflecting. Oh my god. That's how it sounds to me since when they come and do that shit.
I know.
That cry. And like, so it ain't gonna be none of that over. I'm gonna get you gone. I want people knowledgeable people to come over because he just woke me up. Sean saying, looking outside, seeing a van out of place, woke me up. Because see, she in a house. It's harder when you live in an apartment duplex, correct?
Absolutely. Let's go. Absolutely.
It's different ways that red band can come and you'll never pay attention and you'll miss it. And guess whose child will be in that red van? Could be mine.
Yeah.
So I don't want mushies or none of that in this chat. I don't need you to drop down Belinda sis and say, I'm gonna go back to the class. Nah, you don't need to be, do you. Get their ass out of here.
Well, you know, Ms. Parker, I just hope that she picked up something that's influential to her and not detrimental to her by watching and listening from wherever she's watching and listening from. I hope she got something out of it. And everybody, thank you all so much for your comments. I appreciate, you guys listening to me and being able to throw different ideas around and listen to my perspective on it and how I see it. I definitely appreciate that. I'm not always going to be right. I don't try to be right. I just call things how I see it. And that's what I go through. I go by the facts. I go by what's presented to me. That's it. And I just ask y'all to do the same. Look deeper. Look deeper into every situation and look deeper into yourself. You'd be amazed at what you can come up with. Absolutely amazed. Ms. Parker, my love, whenever you need me, reach out to my sister, hit me up.
You already
We
know.
be on the phone 3-way. I got all the answers that I could get for you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else, enjoy your night, enjoy your morning. Please stay blessed. But I got to call and check on my baby.
Oh, I got to call you tomorrow anyway about what we was talking about before I went live.
Okay. And I already looked into that, by the way. So hit me up tomorrow.
I will.
We'll go over that.
Okay.
All right. Listen,
Yep,
everybody. Good night.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you guys for having me.
Good night, Latif.
Good night.
I try to be respectful while Latifah was up there. I don't give a damn what much she doing. I hope she took some melatonin, took her ass bed. That's what I wish.
I know that's right.
Yeah, go on.
But one of the things that I was thinking is, why don't we have night out in the hoods, but they do in the suburbs? We got to start thinking about how to mimic what these people are doing because it works for them.
Mm-hmm.
The only time it doesn't work for the suburb is when they cross over into the hood, let me tell you. Because I'm not far. I may not live in it, but I'm of it. And I see it. I literally showed Miss Parker how far I am from the hood. I can still hear the sirens. I can still hear the shots. I can still hear it. And it ain't in my imagination. It's in my zip code. We have to start mimicking that. Before we moved here, we lived in the hood. Not maybe 15 blocks from where we are now. And in New York, the blocks are really short. So it's not like, they're miles long before you get to another street light. And my husband and I were presidents of the block club. and we wanted to hold a night out, a come meet and greet. And I set up the whole thing. I set up the whole thing in the driveway and had stuff for the kids, and we had hot dogs and hamburgers on the grill in the middle of the summertime. People all outside. The only person that came over to speak to us was the guy that they called the mayor of the street. Everybody else just sat on their porch. And then sooner or later, they all just disappeared. Why is that? What, we think we all at? That's why y'all didn't come talk to us? No. It's because you're ignorant. And as soon as it happens to your baby, I don't want to hear it. As soon as someone says, as soon as a mama screams out and somebody says, I don't even know them. Well, you wonder why. Because they didn't come over and talk to us. It's pathetic, y'all. We want to care about yours. Let us. But we need you to care about ours as well. Come outside. Go across the street and say, hey, girl, how you doing? For more than just a gossip. It's important to the fabric of our generations. What else are we teaching our children besides how to pick out a pair of Jordans? What else are we teaching our children besides how our 13-year-old can put on a pair of lashes? Come on now. Technology has not always been here. And old school has always been the best school. We got to get outside, y'all. We got to open our eyes, give our kids some books, give them some knowledge, because don't forget, y'all, they taking it out of the schools. And if we don't teach our history, we won't know our history, we won't remember it, and therefore it's doomed to be repeated. I'm sorry, y'all, but I want great grandkids. And I want my son to meet a girl that's worthy. And I want that girl to meet a boy that's worthy. We got to help our kids be worthy. We got to help them be here first. So we got to go deeper than the surface. What's making our babies disappear? Get outside and let them folks know y'all watching. Not on my street. Not on my watch. You see that boy doing such and such and such and such, something that you know is out of place, tell them. Because y'all know what the gag is. Because I got one of them bad boys. You know, the bad boy that the girl want. I got one of them. And you know what he told me? Sometimes, Ma, we want to be smacked upside our head. It tells us you love us. So tell that boy to put up his pants so that the powers that be can start looking at our children differently, because that's not the one they're going to snatch. They're going to snatch the one whose pants is hanging to his kneecaps. They're not going to snatch the one that's carrying a book. Not if we pay attention, not if we're vigilant. I promise y'all, it's more in the hood than the bar. It's more in the hood than the hair store. Our children are in the hood. Our children are in the hood. Our legacies are out there. Tighten the reins, y'all. Tighten the reins. We need y'all. We can't do it by ourselves. I know we be up here all night and all that kind of stuff, but I tell y'all, we be fighting sleep. And then we catch that, we catch that backdraft of a little bit of go, and we laugh and we get serious and we laugh and we get serious. We need y'all to do it with us. Go talk about Miss Parker's channel. Go talk about what we were talking about. Your live earlier, sis, I felt you. Oh my God, when you said, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. And you had to go pull yourself together.
Yeah, I did. It was a tough one, and because I think I woke up at like 3. I woke up at like 3:30, sis, 3:30, and when I woke up, man, I feel like we party, like, cause I can't talk. I'm hoarse. I don't feel good, and my curls was over here, and I ain't even know how they got flipped over here, and I kind of woke up. When I woke up, I was just like I just leaned up in the bed. And was like, what the fuck happened last night? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? What happened? And so instantly, I was trying to get myself together. I was super tired, and then I see Sis Belinda. Sis Belinda sent it to me. And when I seen her face, something I seen call me, I was like, damn. I was like, let me get up. Got up, made a couple of calls, because by this time, everybody hit me up. Regina, Flight, and stuff. They was like, she's gone. She's gone. So I was like, dang, I got to do a live. So up on doing a live, I text Katrina, and I woke up, and I knew I had to do that live, and the girl that I played the video for the teacher that was cool with the teacher, she had hit me back. Cause see, one thing I do, my team just give me the research. I'm gonna do the rest. I'm gonna reach out to people. I'm gonna find them. You hear me? I'm gonna find them. And I called and talked to the teacher. She called me. They both called me separately, and we talked and kicked it. And I was already torn from hearing the teacher cry. She cried so hard, and her story was so. I said, you did what you're supposed to do as a teacher. Yeah. So hearing her cry, going to the next person crying, only going to her all the cussing was like. And then I forgot who it was. I think it was eBay. Was like, oh yeah, how they bought that baby out the house and just carried that baby out the house. And I was like, I wasn't even gonna show that to my audience. I just really wanted to see the house, kind of get a look, and yeah, I could piece together my story of what happened to what was been said and stuff. Because I'm gonna cover it a little more tomorrow. Because I'm going to New Jersey on Wednesday. And I'm still packing. Like I haven't even got everything together, and I got so much to do tomorrow. So I'm not gonna stay up all night. I think I did pretty good today, for real.
Absolutely.
It has to be said. Like I said, unless y'all want your kids to be talked about, y'all want your kids or grandkids' story to be the next story told on YouTube. It's got to be a change. It's just got to be a change. I'm gonna get out of here at 4:30 tonight, sis. I got about 15 minutes, but
absolutely,
it's got to be a change. And it seems like some people don't want change. It seems like some people want to be stuck, and it's fine. That's fine. That's their life, but I don't want it. And I don't want hate, division. I don't even want nobody bickering in my chat. Y'all can, I just respect everybody's opinion and go on. You get what I'm saying? When we log off, we got real life. We got a whole, we ain't got a Jarvis in the family. Or we got a niece or a cousin that's letting the Jarvis sniff around because she's desperate and some more shit. You know what I'm saying? We looking for red flags that we didn't see of. You know what I'm saying? And some more shit of paying attention to our nieces and nephews and our children, our grandchildren. So I don't got time for it, sis. I really don't. I'm not dealing with it anymore. You know, like I said last night, I'm not dealing with it anymore. I just read a message on one of my videos, and she said, salute, Miss Parker. She said, I'm new to your channel. She said she didn't tell me where she came from, but she said, I was just left a place where they're bashing the bio mother to death. She said, so I directed them over here. It's in the comment section of that last video. She said, so I said, y'all come up, go over there, Miss Parker. She's talking about her. And you know, everybody ain't going to be you. I'm not going to be everybody. Everybody's platform runs differently. Some people might not cuss. Here and there, I might be like, go on, bitch. Shit. If I'm I'm restless, don't, you know, it might come out. You ain't a bitch, literally, but you out for that moment. Go on. But at the same time, I'm on some real shit that matters to me. And everybody don't want that. Everybody don't want that. Some people want to sprue lies. Some people want to, you know what I'm saying, for the clicking of you. I'm not. I'm really not. I do my research. I do notes. I got paper. Sis, you know how much paper I got laying around? Look,
Girl.
this is crazy. Look at this shit, sis. Like, I even write shit, y'all. Y'all know that's sad when you write shit on envelopes and shit. Look, I got so
Do I
much.
need to send you some notebooks?
I got too many. Look, I got. Look, guys, it just be sad. Like, and I be like, Shane, oh my God, where's those notes? Oh my God, where's those notes? Oh my God, give me this. Notes everywhere. Everywhere. Paper, still paper, sis, with stories I gotta cover. Stories I gotta cover. This is stories. I was like, dang, I've been looking for this. And you know, so can't nobody take, you know what I'm saying? I ain't great. Let nobody just keep coming in here thinking they're great, manhandle me, compare me to anybody else. I'm me. I'm Miss Parker.
That's right.
I'm Miss Parker. That's it. That's all. You know, gone on. Shit.
Well, I want everybody to know that the degradation of our neighborhood, of our families didn't happen overnight. So I'm aware that it's not going to be fixed overnight. But we got to start somewhere. And we can start this year. As the weather gets better,
Hi, Denise.
come outside. Pull that grill to the curb. I guarantee you that smell, that fragrance of barbecue, that hits home for a lot of people. Like, oh my God. Do the voice for me, sister. Do the voice.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, gone on.
It's going to draw people. And as that person comes over to see what you're cooking on the grill, tell them, let me give you this flyer. I want to do a night out. I don't know many people on my street.
Teep just left, Shauna. Latif just left. I don't have to check somebody thinking they great coming here and talking about he deflecting from stories. And I did good, Shauna, for real, because I usually a cuss and stuff. And I didn't. I wasn't even in the mood. I ain't have the energy today. I ain't have the.
But yeah, spark up that grill and I guarantee you it'll draw people. And as they pass by and you see them giving you that look because it smell good. I don't know, nobody don't like the smell of barbecue. Give them a flyer. Give them a flyer that says you want to do a night out because you don't know many people on your street. And then encourage them to do it on their street. And I guarantee you it'll grow like a virus. We need some good stuff. Our neighborhoods don't have enough good stuff. Spark up the grill, y'all. Pull a basketball hoop out. For real. Take a couple of dollars, go to your city hall, and block off your street. Make it safe for the babies. Because you know they want to get in the street anyway. We were babies before too, and we couldn't wait to jump off that curb, let alone the porch. Block off your street. It don't cost a lot. Even if you get $5 from each house to go to City Hall, pay to block off the street, and get to know your neighbors. Let them know it's okay. Be the one for your street. Everybody ain't gonna like you doing it, but they'll appreciate that their babies come home every day. And it'll push these monsters, even if they just go to the dark, even if they just go back into the bushes, get the hell off my street, is what we'll be telling them. You're not welcome here, and we see you, and we're not having it. Get your sons to come outside. They want to post up, and I'm talking to the mamas and the daddies who's got sons that's posted up in all the wrong places. Give them the right place for a change to post up. Tell the fathers, come outside, man. Come sit outside with us. Represent the family unit. Give our babies that picture as well. And for the single mamas, you are the unit. Represent. We could do it. We have to. We have to. Come outside. Come outside.
Mm.
All right, sis, I'm gonna let you go so you go and get you some sleep. I'll talk with you tomorrow if you need some company while you pack up those suitcases and all that kind of stuff.
I ain't got that much left to pack up. I am gonna go. I don't know what I got like stuff to do later on in the evening. That's the problem for me because everything I got to do is like later on in the evening, and I'm gonna be tired because we gotta get on the road super early. But I'm going to Atlantic City. I'm going outside. My ass is going outside. I'm living life. I ain't gonna be worried about what nobody got going on. You hear me, sis? I don't,
That's it.
do my little commentary. Cause I'm gonna do Kimani tomorrow. I'm gonna call it was Janiyah McMichael's family on KC. He said he's the family, so I thought he was meaning like they wanted me to come on there, but it was Janiyah McMichael's father on the live earlier and stuff. So I didn't get the chance to click in. I watched, but I didn't get the chance to go up there. The father was pleading for his baby to be found. I think it made him sad seeing what happened with Kimani today. And
yeah.
Thank you, Renita.
Good night. Good night, Pebbles. Good night, babe. I hope y'all heard me. I hope I didn't offend anybody.
I seen that, Belinda. Girl, why y'all be apologizing, girl? We're not doing it. If you said something knowledgeable, if people ain't receptive of a message, then child, look, I ain't apologizing no more. I don't apologize since I started doing that in Zach Harris case more than I have in my entire life. Sis, I ain't doing it no more. You hear me?
Yeah. I just want us to come outside. That's all. Just please come outside.
Sis must want to go outside and barbecue. Y'all heard me? Child. Sis been talking about barbecue for 10 minutes.
Girl, listen.
Ain't nothing wrong with it because I can't wait for my burnt hot dogs. Not hot dogs. I'll do something else. After I did that little clip today, y'all about this morning about the DNA and the hot dogs. It's no.
I got a question though, sis, before we go. I got a question. The house where Kimani was found, it was speculation that there was more than one in there. Have you heard anything else about that?
Mm-mm. They just said 3 bodies have been found in Toledo, not in that home, in that house. Just like somebody put out that she burnt up in the house. No, she didn't.
Okay. And then my next question is, and then I'm gonna let you go. How far or how close in proximity was that house to Dorothy's house?
I don't know. Top Flight asked me the same thing. I don't know. I asked Katrina in the morning because she texted me while right before I went live and stuff. So me and her was texting back and forth for a minute. So not about nothing about Kimani or nothing, but we were just conversating and stuff. But I'm gonna ask her tomorrow. She did say the father lived close. He lived not too far from that house. So
okay. Because you know, people were saying they wonder if one of those that were found was Naziah, because it's not far from Detroit. Ohio is not far from Detroit at all.
I don't know about Toledo. I know Toledo's at the top. So no, I don't think Toledo's that far from Detroit. But so I don't know why you think. I see people speculating could one of those kids be Naziah. I seen that. If that's what you speculate, are you speculating that?
I was just speaking on it. I was just, bringing light on it. That's all. I sent you some stuff in Messenger just to add to your notes. Okay. Jarvis's address is on part of what I sent you, because remember we were wondering where he lived. It's on the contract that he had with the hotel, and it proves the date, the time he checked in, the time he checked out, and all that. So Yeah, I sent that to you. I don't know if you had. I didn't look to see if you had retrieved it yet, but I sent that to you just to add to your notes.
Okay. I'm gonna call you in the morning. I gotta get up early, but I ain't gotta do nothing until like later on or whatever. And yeah, I gotta look at some stuff. I'll send you some. I gotta because I got some stuff I want to work on, but I want to get the team on top of things too. Because it's some stuff I didn't even put out about the Kamani case, and I'm not until I talk to the
Well,
family.
give me something to do while you're on vacation. You know what I mean? Give me something to do, and I'll have some stuff ready for you when you come back. Cause I got notebooks.
Okay. Good night,
All
my
right.
sis.
Well, you know I'll be up. I'll be getting Sugar Bear up in a minute.
Thank you,
So
Travis. Sis, I was looking at it while Latif was up here talking. I was looking at your messages, Belinda, while I was Sean and Latif was talking, and I went and took a peek at it. Thank you, Detroit's finest. Thank you, girl. You were showing
good
up down
night,
there.
Mocha. Good night, Regina.
Hey, Nika. What's
Good
going
night,
on?
Renita.
Yeah, y'all enjoy y'all Tuesday, man. This summer, y'all get out and, like Sean said, do some of those things. It'll make a difference in the community. You know what I'm saying? A community together is better than the community divided. I bet crime will go down and some more shit. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, make a difference in your community, and it'll make other people change that surround you. But thank you guys so much for coming out and hanging with me for 2 lives, and for those that went over and supported Shank Rock. He had a real good live. He really did. And it's things about the Nazair's case. You're gonna get different breakdowns in it. You know what I'm saying? It's so much still that we don't know. It's so much still that I want to learn about him. I want to learn Jarvis's background. I want to know about um grimy ass Timu wig wearing as Annette. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. I really do. For my
Good
own
night,
reasons,
love.
it'll make sense to the story. So, some things are just relevant conversations to have, and it does go somewhere else, when you get to thinking about things. But I appreciate you guys for hitting that like button. Even to the haters that was in the bushes and don't be coming down because they want to run back and tell a content creator. Guess what Miss Parker said? Did. Did. Gone out.
Will.
Shit. Like I'm a child, It'd be crazy. Because I don't cry. I
Go
ain't with
lay
nobody.
down, though.
I ain't with no other content creators but the ones that be coming down here and stuff like that. So it's not gonna make me break me. You know what I'm saying? When I cut it off, y'all need that the content creator's name ain't gonna be on this bills to pay. You know it's gonna be mine. That's how I look at it. It's gonna be my name on the bills every month to pay. And it just shows how much I hate. It just shows how much my black women, because I know it ain't no men in the clouds just sitting up there watching a bitch for hours and hours. Oh shit.
Just to run tell it.
I let the bitch get me through my third shift. You know what I'm saying? Looking ass.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
All
I
right,
got.
bro.
But I'm
a log off.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all get out. Enjoy y'all Tuesday. Y'all turn up this weekend because guess what? Miss Parker is for even for the haters up there. I'm going on vacation. I'm going on vacation. Tell your content creator while you're watching me and running back and telling stuff. Tell them to stay up, keep you company. I challenge them to stay up and keep you company. Okay? Because I'm not. Come on, I'm sewer rats. I'm sewer rats. Not all of y'all. I know it ain't. It's 180. It's only in the chat. So 169 people are up there. Y'all up there watching me. This is how much the hate is, y'all. This is how much my black people, my black women dislike me. 169. They'll watch me for these last 4 hours, 34 minutes, right? But they ain't jumped down and said, hey, Miss Parker, went on back on their way. They ain't hit the like button. That's why Belinda's like, dang, the likes ain't adding up. But they'll sit right here on my roof and want to smell the bacon that I'm here frying. Is that not weird to y'all? Is that just not the weirdest shit ever? Because I don't just go sit on nobody's porch and don't knock on their door and let them know I'm there. You know what I'm saying? Just sit on a bitch's porch drinking lemonade and tea where they got to come and be like, at least they can come outside and see like, can I help you? That's why I am. Can I help you? What is it to make y'all want to sit on my roof? To watch me or let me get you through your work day? Where is your content creator? Look, 4 left, y'all. 4 left. 4 left. Look, 4 had to lace up their boots, y'all. 4 just left. How many? Let me see. Anybody else on the roof? They're like, I can't stand that bitch. I can't. This bitch be over doing number line anyway. I can't stand that. Look, another one left. Another one bit the dust. Another one. Anybody? Look, another one. I'm going to say right here to like DJ Khaled and another one. Go on. Go on. It's a lot of weird folks on this ass. Little mama, you don't say? Y'all don't say? Y'all don't think so? I ain't never been that type. Stop that saying these people acting like Shauna. They are. She's up there too. She's right up there. They up there doing my little Kevin. Oh my God, who's this bitch talking about? Oh my God, I know she ain't talking about me. Oh my God, I can't wait till my content creator that I've been snooping for all night when she get up from her good night sleep. Oh my God. Yeah, that's y'all. She said, let Miss Parker rest as well. Father can see you. Yeah. I'm exhausted. Glad I came in. We'll see you again. Good to Bootsy, good to meet you too. Welcome. Yes, don't make it don't. I bought my bestie right in the door. We don't sit on the roof. Man, I'm coming in. It's still chilly outside in the mornings. Come on in and get a little warm. It's okay. No, y'all can't express yourself nowhere else. Come on down. They content creators getting a good night's rest. They up there like this. Wait a minute, what'd she say? So I can write it down and tell. Oh, let me screenshot that. Now I'm gonna screenshot that. You know what I'm saying? Face falling over and some bullshit. While we over here having a good time, this dialogue. Latif done came over and been a little eye candy. I don't see. I can say some more, but I'm not. I'm gonna just let it play out. I'm cool. Thank y'all again. I am Mocha. I am covered our children, Father God. And there. Yeah. Oh, Renita, I got it. Y'all ain't gotta worry about it. I got it. Y'all enjoy. Man, have a good weekend. Y'all have a good weekend. Because tomorrow I'm not going to be here too long. It was Latif's voice for me. Girl, Pebbles, he does it everywhere. His sister in the chat, Big China, he go over there and he'll change the whole narrative. She be talking about something and Latif say one thing and it's over. So, yeah. But I appreciate my brother for coming over and kicking it with us. It was a good conversation. I appreciate my sister Sean for coming up here speaking the knowledge. Always chilling with me on the panel. It's always a good time. Thank you, Michelle. Yolanda, I am. She said, bro, got some admirers. But China said like she don't know. Go on. Yeah. Good night, Regina. China, look in your Instagram real quick and send brother that paperwork, please, so he can look over it and tell me what I really need to know tomorrow. Yeah, I'm still up. I bet he did the most. No. He came over and woke some shit up, for real. He came over and was talking about how many missing kids went missing. He really came up here and helped us with the Naziah Harris case and stuff like that. He really did. He broke some stuff down for us, and he had us looking at the statistics of missing kids and all of that. And we need more brothers to do that. Him, Shank Rock, and our boy, I got to give them like a standing ovation for touching on these cases, even joining in and stuff like that. It takes a lot. Oh, I'm missing. I'm not coming back until I'm not going live Wednesday. I'm not going live Thursday, and I'm not going live on Friday. And I don't know about Saturday. I said I was gonna take 4 days, but for real, them 3 days I'm taking off. But I don't know about Saturday. I know I'd be like, I ain't going live, and then I'll be live, but I'll probably just be coming back Sunday, Saturday, late Saturday or Sunday. So it's gonna be a ride. I'll be tired. Pebbles, don't they? Every time. That's just what people do on this app. They be weird like that, and it's okay. But China, I'll call you. I'm gonna call you in a minute to tell you what I need back in case bro forget, because he said he was waiting on your nephew. Okay, Nisha sis. Okay, Belinda. Okay. Man, look, I'm getting up out of here. Y'all know I'm gonna go eat something until I go to sleep. I love my sisters. I love each and every one of y'all for real. Y'all stay safe. I will see y'all tomorrow. China been sending me some information too. Belinda and China, thank y'all so much for sending me these last little updates about Kimani, because it's so important. And China sent me something a little deep. I know that the family told me some stuff, but I want to touch on it. Who is that Dar? Nah, he also said a 4-year-old and gave her an STD. He also, Dar, you must be behind in the live, love. Okay, Renita. Yeah, Dar is behind in the live. It's okay. Go watch the replay, Dar, and leave a comment, love. Y'all have a good night, okay?